Very few people perceive timelines that are in the 6th and 7th dimensions. Note: we remind you once again that densities and dimensions, although these terms are used interchangeably in many works, are not exactly the same thing. Density refers to a certain level of vibration of an object or place, and dimension refers to the plane of existence. In one dimension, there may be beings vibrating in another density, for example, 4th density souls who live in a 3rd-dimensional world. People who are currently experiencing the dominant 3rd density timeline feel that they are under the influence of forces beyond their control. These are conformists whose will is trapped in negative basic beliefs, programs, and attitudes. Even if they resist and rebel, all their efforts are limited to a narrow range of their belief systems. Say, Democrats rebel against Republicans and vice versa. There is little or no original thought that goes beyond the norms of society. As stated earlier, the dominant 4th density timeline consists of those people who consciously create their reality by changing their thoughts and feelings. This is not the highest level of reality. This is the right way to develop a higher mind and creative abilities. This is the true meaning of free will. Although there may be some degree of free will in 4th density, the will is still subject to various laws and principles that replace free will, i.e., the force of gravity, karma, and the law of attraction. It would probably be appropriate to talk about karma again, as this subject is causing confusion in the minds. Karma, as the author of this book understands it, is simply incomplete lessons for the soul, namely, a desired experience for the soul, which for some reason is incomplete. If the soul does not learn the lesson during this lifetime, then it can transfer that lesson to the next life, as a kind of karma of the previous life. We have already noted that God does not punish anyone for their sins. Yes, there are certain consequences of violating universal laws, or rather, ignoring them or rebelling against them. But there is no bearded man sitting on a cloud, judging sinners. At the same time, the soul wants to experience both sides of the duality of life on earth, good and bad, right and wrong, light and dark, etc. If you have led a virtuous, righteous life in the past, then your soul may want to know what it means to live in debauchery and deception. More often, the opposite happens. First, darker lessons are learned, and then lighter ones. The lessons that souls receive on earth correspond to the level, or vibrational density, of these souls. Since judgment is a lower 3rd density vibration and love is a higher 5th density vibration, souls tend to express judgment in the early stages of their evolution, and they will seek out the experience of love after they have evolved to 5th density consciousness. 5th density souls no longer experience the human will as separate from the whole. There is only God's will around them. They are free from ego traps and see their siblings as themselves. 5th density people are able to perceive paradise on earth because they are no longer bound by the lower laws. They may still fluctuate between the lower self and the higher self for a while, but eventually the higher self takes over and lives solely through the human self. Physics of possible and probable realities. The uncertainty principle. If a tree falls in the forest, but no one hears the sound, then did it really fall? This is the Zen koan, the meaning of which is that everything depends on consciousness. Consciousness really must witness or observe for there to be a tangible reality. The uncertainty principle, in principle, proves this. If a tree falls, the surrounding trees, plants, and animals are also witnesses. Everything remains in a state of flux, of random movement, until consciousness sets itself a direction through thought, belief, and action. Here you can use a good example of building a house. First, the customer needs to imagine this house. Then he hires a designer, and he draws up drawings, etc. At some point, the potential energy, idea, is transformed into kinetic energy, the physical process of building with hammers, nails, etc., and now the waveform of possibilities, represented by a possibly empty plot on which any of the millions of houses can arise, becomes a material, authentic building. When you direct your consciousness, energy, to create something, you collapse the waveform into a particle, a manifestation of a unique form. Exploring your past, present, future, and parallel realities. Let's repeat the Master of Time principle. Are you able to expand your consciousness so that you can go anywhere in the infinite fabric, map, of space-time and see what is happening there? How to achieve this? First of all, you must convince your subconscious mind that you can do this. In fact, you have always done this, only unconsciously. So you can imagine yourself doing this. The subconscious mind does not understand the difference between imagination and activity in the external world. This has been proven in the laboratory. Chemical reactions in the body are the same when something is actually happening and when it is just imagined. Hence the conclusion that if you can imagine something, then it already exists in some part of the fabric of space-time. Let's take a closer look at the idea that you can project yourself anywhere, anytime, and see what's going on there. This applies to both collective and personal realities. Of course, the collective timeline is by definition perceived by many souls, for example, a world war, a famine, or a great achievement of humanity. So, what are your options? 1. You can project yourself to any place in space, in the present tense, and observe what is happening there. This is called mental projection or remote viewing when everything is done in the mind. Everyone can do this. When you send love and blessings to a person, you do exactly that to some extent. An example here is praying for someone, although there can only be a random exchange of energy if the person praying does not really believe that prayers have power. You can project yourself into an individual soul, a collective group of souls, or a collective reality on Earth. Let's assume that there is a war going on at the moment, say, in the Middle East. You can send healing prayers in response to this event and thereby influence, to some extent, every soul involved in this conflict. By using your clairvoyant abilities, which all souls have, you can actually see what is happening on the battlefield, or in air attacks, and send love and compassion to soldiers and airmen. At the same time, at each subsequent moment you change the timeline. If a world-class politician receives your love and compassion, it can influence the decisions they make about the war. The principle of non-local, in fact, states that we are all one. You are closely connected to those who make decisions about military strategies, etc. Before you start projecting yourself to others, you may want to do some work on yourself. If you are currently healing yourself, you can imagine yourself as a healer hovering over your physical body. In this case, you mentally project yourself into the present moment, into this very space, and view life from the point of view of the mental body. 2. You can project yourself into the past and perceive the past self that you were at some point in linear time. You can either simply observe this past self or interact with it, and as a result, change the timeline for this past self. The original linear timeline, physical structure, remains unchanged, since changing the dominant timeline would violate the free will of other souls who are part of this dominant timeline. However, you can change the perception of the original timeline. At the same time, you switch to an alternative timeline. Earlier, we used the example of a soul who experienced violence in early childhood, and no one came to her aid. Then she corrected her past, and now every time this person thinks about what happened to him as a child, he remembers the healing he received. 3. You can project yourself into the past and contemplate a collective event that took place on the original timeline. An example would be a world war. You, again, can interact with this event and change your experience. You can give healing to all the souls involved in this event, thereby creating a new timeline for them. On a new timeline, souls who have been healed gain a different experience of the event. In 1943, while I was on the battlefield, a beautiful angel made of light descended upon me, who healed me of my battle wounds and gave me the strength to complete my military mission. This angel was your current self, which went back in time and interacted with the souls who shared with it the original experience of the war. Of course, in this example, you needed to get permission from the soldier who had the vision before you could actually stand in front of him and give him healing. You couldn't interfere with his reality in this way if you violated his free will or the will of other soldiers who fought alongside him. Some soul groups regularly meditate on world history and give healing to participants of tragic events in global events. Take, for example, the mass extermination of the Jewish and Russian populations. If a large number of souls start sending love to these events, instead of continuing to curse those who committed crimes against their people or constantly mourn the past, this collective shift in consciousness will create a new timeline where these events will be sources of love and compassion. Of course, this does not justify the actions of those who committed violent acts on the original timeline, but it changes the energy and activates a new timeline where healing and forgiveness can be found. Now, every time souls think about these events, they experience feelings of love and compassion, not anger and regret. This would be a good time to raise the issue of getting permission from souls before performing healing. Philosophers are divided on this issue. Some say that you must first get a sense of what you are doing. Get a legal permit, and only then do treatment. The author of this book does not agree with them. If you send love, it goes where it is needed and is properly applied to maximize the growth of the soul, the happiness and well-being of the souls receiving this love. Your ego is unable to understand what other souls need. It may guess that one needs healing and the other doesn't, but it's more likely to be wrong. But if you give everything to the higher self, the true self that can direct love, then your healing efforts will be directed exactly where they are needed, and in the right amount. If you send healing to someone who doesn't want it, then the healing will not be effective. You don't violate the soul's free will by sending it love. God constantly radiates love to all souls. Everyone who receives this love can decide for themselves whether to accept it or not. If God's love embraces all of creation, it certainly does not violate free will. Here, an example would be radio stations. If you like classical music and if there are several hip-hop stations in your area, 16 This does not violate your free will. You have a choice whether to tune into a hip-hop station or not, and even if you tune into it, you still have another choice: enjoy the music or judge it. In other words, no one is forcing you to listen to hip-hop unless you work in an office where it is played on a loudspeaker. In this case, you made the decision to work in this office, so now you can choose whether to react to this music with anger. If you go back to the idea that you can change the world's history, then there are an infinite number of possible and probable stories. There is also a story in which the Second World War did not break out, while in another story everything was much worse, etc. You are able to tune into this multitude of alternate realities and activate them with your consciousness. In the above case, you sent love to the dominant timeline, creating a new timeline where the Second World War was responded to with love and compassion. Souls who have experienced your love and compassion have moved to a new timeline, and their past has been changed. The original timeline still exists. you can't break the murdered grandfather paradox, but a new timeline has been created, where the victims, and perpetrators, of World War II now have more love and compassion. 4. You can project yourself into your personal future and change your possible and probable timelines for your individual future. We mentioned earlier that there are several processes for changing your possible and probable future timelines. Recall the process of establishing a connection to a future timeline, briefly described below. A. You can ask your higher self to show you the highest, best possible result of your activities in the future. Just go into meditation, enter the time machine controlled by your higher self, and ask it to take you to the perfect future for you. Ask to be moved to the optimal timeline, that is, to the timeline that is best suited for the development, happiness, and well-being of your soul. It is usually best to choose a time period of 3, 4, or 5 years in the future, depending on the complexity of the project you want to create. The time machine will take you to a meeting with your future self, who has already implemented your project B. You can choose one of several possible outcomes, especially if your conscious mind is not sure which path to take. Ask your higher self to show you the result of choosing each possible path. You can encounter the future self that exists on each possible or probable timeline, and then choose which future self you want to find, creating a time loop as described earlier. C. You can specify a specific future timeline and imagine it in all its details. For example, I am now forming a successful healing practice, with 20 clients a week, each of whom pays me $100 per session, and the satisfaction rate is above 95%. Then you can use the reverse timeline correction method to activate the possible or probable timelines that you want to bring to the prevailing reality. We'll be paying more attention to activation soon. 5. You can project yourself onto a collective future timeline and influence it for the benefit, or detriment, of humanity. For example, the Third World War may well happen. At the moment this probability is 55 to 60%. You can project yourself onto a possible timeline where World War III didn't start. You can activate this future timeline by channeling energy and attention into it, and by asking other people to contribute energy and attention to it as well. You can project yourself into an unwanted future timeline and correct it. A future containing World War III can be accessed during meditation. Then you can heal everyone involved in this war. You can enter this possible timeline shortly before the start of the war and cure all those who are involved in fueling this war. Now do you see the versatile nature of working with timelines? Not only do you have the ability to prevent something negative from falling on the dominant timeline, but you can also, if it does happen, minimize the negative consequences of it. Obviously, if you have a group of souls, all of whom are trying to fix possible and probable futures, this is much more effective than working alone. 6. You can mentally project yourself into the past, present, or future of other worlds and dimensions. You can correct possible and probable timelines from the history of other worlds, such as Mars and Maldak, Phaeton. For more information about what happened on the dominant timelines of these planets, read the previous books. You can go to other worlds right now and try to resolve any conflicts and problems that currently exist in these worlds. You can visit other worlds and go to their possible and probable futures to work with different scenarios. You can either pass everything on to your higher self, or through clairvoyance or access to the Akashic records, learn what needs to be done in a wide variety of worlds and dimensions. For example, you can correct the astral planes of this universe. You can fly while meditating to the beings that affect these astral worlds and heal them. You can help creatures trapped on various astral planes to free them and come out into the light. You can do almost anything when you visit the timelines and correct them. In this way, you relieve yourself of the burden of worrying about whether you will violate a person's free will by engaging in the aforementioned healing. Knowing that the responsibility lies with your higher self and that you can't really violate anyone's free will if you remain in a high state of consciousness, you can explore different options. 7. You can perform meditations that involve moving around the map of space-time and performing healing work. There are many meditations available at the timeline correction trainings that allow you to engage in the above-mentioned goal. Why is it so important to meditate? Isn't it possible to simply perform this healing immediately, without burdening yourself with preliminary meditation? Yes and no. It is difficult to subdue your ego without first plunging into a deep state of mind. The ego is very cunning and crafty. It can convince you that you have something, even though you don't. It is best to learn to get into the theta rhythm of brain activity before performing the aforementioned healing. We encourage you to practice meditation daily in order to make it easier for you to practice this healing. Conclusion. We hope that this brief description of the various ways to influence possible and probable timelines individually and collectively has been helpful to you. Of course, this extensive topic is far from being exhausted. We ask you to read on to learn more about other approaches to correcting the timeline. Chapter 9. Primary Psychology of Correction. Direct Times. Although we have repeatedly repeated the basic concepts of working with these methods in order to give you a clear picture of correcting the timeline, each time we have emphasized some other aspect of this process. We will now look at the situation from a more psychotherapeutic angle to better describe the potential of these powerful techniques. Below we have listed a psychological scheme for working with timelines, starting with the process described in the previous chapter. 83886-086 Healing the client's early childhood and past lives. The first method, taught in timeline correction training courses, is designed to help clients, or patients, become aware of their birth, early childhood, and/or past life traumas. You don't need to fully activate all of your psychic abilities in order to perform this healing, but you do need to be intuitive and trust your higher self. During the training, students are taught how to correctly tune into another person using intuition, and then implement various treatment methods on this person. If the client knows exactly what kind of trauma or negative programming they want to work on, then you, the therapist, will continue to guide that person back to the time period in which the injuries or negative programming appeared. Typically, you enter this time period immediately before a given event, and then navigate through the event using special procedures of this method. During a timeline correction session, you heal several characters at once. If you are a therapist, then you have your human self guiding the client, as well as your higher self guiding you to make the right decisions about your client. In addition, you have the client's human self, which is immersed in meditation and experiencing this process, as well as the client's higher self and the client's past self, the early childhood or past life self. In the training, you are taught to keep the client in detached observation mode during the session, and not to immerse the person in the eye of their past. The client has a meditative light body consciousness that observes the past self and performs healing, along with the higher self. There are many safety instructions and rules governing working with the subconscious mind. When you learn how to organize a timeline, you are given a scenario, diagram, on the basis of which you can conduct a session. You are asked to stick to it until you are comfortable with the various stages and phases of this process. Students in this course are taught to deal with customer resistance. Actually, we have already discussed this earlier, but it is important to consolidate this lesson. If you are already a therapist using other methods, then this section can significantly help you work more effectively, regardless of whether you decide to include timeline correction in your practice. Resistance can take many forms, including falling into unconsciousness during guided meditation. Of course, there may be factors that contribute to a person's falling into unconsciousness when they are in a deep state of mind, taking into account how much time they have slept the day before, their diet in the last few hours, their general health, etc. By meditating and remaining in a deep state of mind, this person will be able to maintain alertness and awareness while in this deep state. The first few times a person enters the theta rhythm of brain activity, they may fall asleep or doze off, but through regular practice, they will learn to be present in the here and now. With other forms of resistance, the person may talk incessantly, fidgeting, constantly loitering, or inventing distractions during the session. His phone suddenly rings. I could have sworn that I turned off my mobile phone before the session started. This has never happened before. How strange! If the client himself decided to seek advice from a psychotherapist, this means that the main part of this person's personality needs help and healing. When clients are brought to a session by their spouses, parents, friends, or family members, treatment may be more difficult. Every human soul has an ego. There are no exceptions. The ego can be strong and ruffled, but it can also be small and plastic. Before you do any healing work, ask your higher self to give you what the client needs for the highest and best growth, happiness, and well-being of their soul. Know that from a higher point of view, everything happens in perfect divine order. God's will is being fulfilled in this case because of your role as a healer and your client's willingness to heal. 83886087 Achieving a balance between trusting your higher self to get the job done and taking action. The author of this book has repeatedly stated in his various seminars and trainings that the therapist does 90% of the work simply by being present next to the person, and 10% by the technique. Of course, consciousness relies on techniques. If you were just sitting next to a person and didn't seem to be doing anything, most customers would politely, or not so politely, ask for a refund. Techniques are important, but the quality of consciousness you bring to the treatment session is much more important. The author had many situations where he seemed to do very little mentally or technically, but his client still had a successful session. If you try too hard to do everything right, it means that you don't trust the process. Creating an atmosphere of security and peace around another human soul is the foundation of healing. You learn to trust in God for complete healing, thereby helping your client put their trust in God for their treatment. However, there must be a balance between instructing God to do whatever is necessary for the highest and best good of all concerned, and simply doing nothing while waiting for a miracle. There are many aphorisms in the spiritual literature about this point of balance. Here are some of them as an example. God helps those who help themselves. Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, take the first step, and God will do the rest. Before you can give everything to God, there is something you need to do. First, you must truly believe that God is within you, expressing Himself through you, yourself, and also abiding in your client, doing the same in them. Second, you must create a proper atmosphere for healing. That's the reason for a safe and comfortable space. Third, consciousness needs to do something. Returning the client to some trauma gives their mind the opportunity to study that trauma and learn from it, without reliving it. Most of the popular techniques related to correcting the timeline are designed to protect the client's conscious and subconscious mind and set it up to work. Referral visualization is important because it gives the client the opportunity to participate in their treatment process. Another important part of working with a client is resisting the temptation to remake a person. You can't change anything or force something to happen. The ego has a hard time understanding this concept. Genuine healing occurs when your client is able to love and accept the self that has experienced trauma or negative programming. You allow healing to happen by being a witness to this radiance of love and acceptance of those aspects of the client in which he feels guilty, offended, full of regret, etc. During this process, energy techniques are given that truly change the configuration, energy matrix, of the soul receiving healing. But you should not invest in improving this process. Your success as a therapist does not depend on any external markers that determine how well the healing is progressing. First of all, you probably don't know if the healing was actually effective. Symptoms may disappear and appear after a short time. On the surface, healing can occur, which will only show that in the depths there is still something to work on. This detailed discussion of how to be a healer is certainly not limited to correcting the timeline. It is applicable to any therapeutic task. The main thing is to notice any resistance on your part as a therapist. To do this, you ask yourself, am I tied to a specific result? Does my own well-being depend on healing this person? Am I holding the standard too high? During the basic time correction training, you will switch places to be both a client and a therapist. You will receive sessions from other students on the course, or perhaps become a client of a professional doctor before the course begins. Many students want to work on themselves alone before they fully learn the process. We oppose this because there are many aspects of resistance and subconscious processes that are best recognized in the presence of someone experienced in dealing with such situations. 83886088 Self-correction of a timeline, healing your early childhood and past lives. Of course, you can implement light versions of this healing technique yourself by simply sending love and compassion into your past. Start by remembering difficult times in your life. If you have experience in meditation, as well as good visualization skills and developed clairvoyant abilities, then you can set your own theta rhythm of brain activity and perceive injuries of early childhood or past lives with relative accuracy. Before you start working with yourself alone, it is recommended that you complete basic training in correcting the timeline. When you are ready to self-medicate, follow the recommendations below. The safest and most effective way to correct the timeline yourself is simply to send love to everything and everyone you see as you explore your past. Start from early childhood. If you can clearly remember a traumatic event, then imagine your I as a small child. You may remember exactly what you looked like. Or you may have photos from that time period. Or you can use clairvoyance to see your I as a small child, through out-of-body observation. We recommend that you do not present your childhood from the child's point of view. The whole point of this healing method is to observe what is happening from a non-ego perspective, sending love and healing. You should not re-experience, relieve the original trauma. This does not mean that by imagining, you become this small I, immersed in a negative event. You go back in time as an unbiased observer in order to see what really happened there, from the perspective of emotional experiences, mental assessments, and physical sensations. In addition, this form of healing also affects the subtle bodies, astral, etheric, and causal. By completing the entire process, you heal your subtle bodies as well as the more obvious levels. If you have not completed the initial and more advanced timeline correction training, then we suggest that you simply imagine your life from the outside and send the loving light of God to the eye of a small child, or the eye of a past life, that you are observing. If you have completed the course, then we suggest that you apply various healing methods that you have learned during your training. If you start to get overwhelmed by emotions or feel uncomfortable during meditation, it means that you are caught up in the drama and you need to step away from it, get out of meditation. But a light emotional background is normal. When you let go of something, you may cry a little, etc. But if you start shaking, sweating, etc., then you are immersed in the drama and you need to stop and pull away from it. On your own, you can also do one more thing: send forgiveness to anyone who hurt you or, as you say, hurt you during traumatic events in your past. You infuse divine love into your eye of a small child, or past life, and in addition send divine love to any culprits or authority figures who may have been involved in the negative programming of this eye. Remember that the key to all healing is learning to love yourself, and others. Understand that no matter how much wrong you may have done in your childhood, your little child self deserves to be loved and respected. You have the opportunity to love and respect your little child's self, no matter what they've done. Forgiving yourself is the fastest way to heal when you're working alone. 838860889 Third Party Healing. And once again about authority and free will. Once you've learned how to work with your clients' past selves to heal their early childhood and past life traumas, it makes sense to apply this technique to people who aren't physically present. In the sections above, we have looked at the healing process for groups of souls at a variety of different timelines. Now we will take a closer look at healing people who are physically absent. Free will, in essence, states that souls have a choice, whether or not to allow their auras, chakras, and physical bodies to heal. While it may be a rule to ask permission from others before attempting to send healing energy to them, it is not necessary to do so, since the energy of divine love goes exactly where it is needed, regardless of the conscious perception of those who send or receive healing. A significant part of the method and application of specific healing techniques is that the consciousness must try to do something and gain understanding. There is no need to study exactly how divine love heals a person. You don't need to know the mechanics of the car to drive it, although this knowledge can be useful in the event of a breakdown. The author and his spiritual guides are here to inspire you to become masters of time and space. In fact, you are already in charge of them, but of course you have forgotten who you really are, so time-space seems like a mystery to you. The mind works on the basis of practical guidance, so we give a kind of instruction to keep the mind happy. Still, let's take a look at the various ways that third parties can heal when using direct time management techniques. In the cases described below, third parties are usually relatives, friends, and colleagues of the client or student, but they can also be colleagues and relatives of the healer who are not present, or those who are related to the healer's clients, even if they are not physically present. The actual healing process of third parties is covered in an extended segment of the Timeline Correction training. By the time this book is published, there may already be 3 levels of learning: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Expect more information from us about this ongoing process. 8388609 Healing your family and friends in this lifetime. A. Souls that preserve the incarnation. One of the easiest and most obvious ways to apply the timeline correction method is to work on those who are present in your life on a daily basis. If you have developed a good, open, and honest relationship with them, and if they understand basic psychological and metaphysical principles, then you can explain in detail what you are doing and help them take an active part in the process. If your family members and friends are very busy, as most people are, then you can simply let them know that you will be using these techniques for them during meditation. Of course, if someone specifically asks you to refrain from healing, then, of course, follow that person's request. But remember that the ego may object to something, whereas the soul really wants it. Learn to understand when those close to you are simply resisting, and when they really don't want to receive healing. Let's assume that they really want healing, and you have informed them that you will be sending them healing energy. In this case, during your meditation, visualize them sitting or standing in front of you. For each of them, take turns asking your higher self to show you what needs to be healed. What you are shown may not be consistent with your ego's opinion of what should be treated. Ask your higher self to show you the moment when a particular trauma, negative program, occurred, so that you can go back in time and work on that trauma. Let's say, for example, that your mother was severely beaten by her father at the age of 6. She may have already told you about it, or you may have been informed of it by your higher self. It doesn't really matter how you got that knowledge. In reality, it doesn't even matter if this information is absolutely accurate. And the important thing is that thoughts, feelings, views, and beliefs were created as a result of this trauma, negative programming. It may be most difficult to resist the temptation to remake those closest to you, relatives and friends. However, try to put aside your preconceived ideas about what they need and trust your higher self to give them exactly what they need for the highest and best development of their soul, its happiness and well-being. B. Souls who have passed away. It doesn't matter if the soul is healed while living in a human body, or if it is already gone. In some ways, it is easier to perform healing on a disembodied soul, because in this case the ego is usually not so strong. Note, the question of what happens to the ego after death is actively debated. Part of the ego is dissipated, as consciousness no longer identifies with the physical body. However, the other part of the self, including the karmic aspect, retains and transfers to future lives all its experiences from this life. Many souls enter the astral planes after the death of the physical body, especially if they still have a lot of unresolved negativity at the time of death. The healing you give them may be just what they need to release and move to the etheric planes in preparation for reincarnation. If you are attuning to a soul that has already left the earth plane, that soul may have been reincarnated, especially if death occurred more than 5 years ago. Do not forget to ask your higher self to help you tune into the person who has lost his body shell. If you can't get accurate information about the state of consciousness of a disembodied soul, then use general treatments for that soul. Simply radiate divine love and imagine that the soul is ascending to higher dimensions. If necessary, forgive this soul and release it into the light. Often, when you give healing to a deceased family member or friend, you are doing it more for yourself than for that person. They can receive a lot of help from their spiritual guides and karmic guardians. He may even be free of most of the trauma he received in the last life. You may be the one who needs healing, and a lot of it, especially if it wasn't easy for you to let go of that person. As you release it into the light and seek forgiveness, your healing creates a new relationship with this soul now in the spirit world. You can give healing to a soul that has already passed away right now, or you can remember what that soul was like when it was still alive, and then go back to that soul's past before it passed away from the last life. You can turn to a part of your recent life and heal the wound that has been inflicted on it. If you clear the layer of negative programming in the past of this soul, you will affect its current energy state, regardless of whether this soul has a new physical body or not. You should not worry about what the result will be. You are just a channel for healing. Example: your aunt passed away 14 years ago. She had a very difficult life. Her childhood was full of sorrows. You tune into her in her disembodied state and discover that she has already reincarnated in another body and lives in another part of the world. However, you go back to her childhood in a previous life and grant her healing from the injuries she received back then. This healing directly or indirectly affects her current life. Most likely, her current human self does not know that the healing has taken place, and probably does not remember the past life. Just know that the healing energy is directed exactly where it is most needed. 8388609. Additional information about healing third parties. We have already described this form of healing. Let's now take a closer look at it. If you don't have a lot of experience in treating chronic diseases, then you probably won't work directly with other people without their knowledge. Most likely, you will work with clients and they will ask you to heal their friends and family members. Note, technically, if you work independently with souls at a distance without their knowledge, this is fixing the other side's timeline. Correcting a third-party timeline applies to the people your client asks you to heal. At first glance, this third-party healing process seems a bit complicated. The point is that you work with many aspects of yourself and the other person. In the following analysis, we assume that you are a therapist and that you have a client who is asking for healing from a relative or friend. Here are some aspects. As a therapist, you have your human self and your higher self. You have a human self and a higher self. You have a current human self, a higher self, and a third-person past self, early childhood or past life self. The client may not inform the third party that he or she will soon learn healing. A third person may not know that he or she is receiving healing. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if a third party knows about it or not. At one time it is better that the person does not know, and at another, that he knows. Remember that nothing you or your client does will have any effect on a third party unless he or she wants to be healed. If a client comes to you and says, "I want you to help my mother-in-law. She nags me all the time. It would be nice to order her to live long at all, but I am a good Christian, so I want you to heal her," then there is no doubt that there is active resistance on the part of the client to healing, which can limit the results, especially if the third party is really very grumpy. In this example, the client may have a very big problem, the inability to forgive the mother-in-law. By tuning into your mother-in-law, you can get a clear idea of whether she is open and receptive to healing. If it is not open, then you can decline the request to heal it, since the client is clearly blocking this healing with his condemnation of the mother-in-law. In other words, if both the client and the third party actively resist treatment, it will be difficult to achieve effective healing. Consult with your higher self about whether to continue this work. With third-person healing, you go back to the person's past, no matter how well you know them on a mental level, and grant healing before, during, and after traumatic events. The client will sometimes tell you about certain emotional traumas themselves, but most often you will get information yourself, depending on your clairvoyant abilities, in order to understand what needs to be corrected. You can ask your higher self to help solve some nuances of the case. Suppose your client wants his mother-in-law to stop nagging him. You can ask your higher self to take you back to his mother-in-law's childhood, to specific events when she picked up the habit of judging from her mother, or some other person. If you have the opportunity, you can try to establish a telepathic connection with his mother-in-law in the form of a little girl and help her understand that her true nature cannot be polluted or compromised, that only the ego can suffer. At the very least, you're sending love and tolerance into a space initially filled with criticism from the parents of his mother-in-law, or another person who judged everyone. How do you know if healing is actually happening? In general, there is no way. Not right away, anyway. For example, in a week's time, your client will come to the weekly session and inform you that her communication with her mother-in-law has improved. In any case, do not place high hopes on the healing of third parties. Love goes where it is needed. The love you sent to your client's mother-in-law was not in vain. If his mother-in-law could not accept it because of deep self-condemnation, then she will go where it will be used. Where it goes is no longer your concern. This is how you gain faith and trust. 8388609 Healing groups of people at the present time, collective healing of third parties inhabitants of the planet Earth. As we look at the practical application of the ideas presented in this book, it will gradually become clear that in the end, it is not so important whether you are currently performing healing with the people present, or whether you are traveling through time to offer healing. This argument sounds pointless against the background of what most people call common sense logic. But the same is true for the idea that a change in a particle in the present can affect this particle in the past, and this is exactly the situation that occurred in the laboratory. Healing, also known as correction, can occur at any point in time and space due to the principle of nonlinearity. This idea has many far-reaching implications. One of them is that people on Earth can now receive large amounts of healing energy from their future selves on the future Earth. Perhaps the prevailing timeline has changed several times in both positive and negative directions over the past few decades, depending on the state of consciousness of those who have learned to travel in time and space. At the same time, such an influence from the future cannot break the paradox of the murdered grandfather and, ultimately, cannot violate free will. At the same time, new timelines are created every day, and we have the opportunity to switch to those that we like best. Let's talk about groups that provide real-time healing to a significant proportion of people on Earth today, or even on Earth itself. This topic is not new. People who practice transcendental meditation have been recording the effects of group meditation on humanity for a long time. When groups of enlightened souls come together and focus on the desired outcome, in this case, the pacification of humanity, this consciousness radiates from the center of the group to possible and probable realities on Earth. Obviously, the analysis of group consciousness is very complex, since there may be 500 groups praying for harmony and 500 groups striving for war. We would be oversimplifying the picture of the world if we said that we are seeing in the world the complex consciousness of individual people living on Earth. Yes, a significant part of life is a reflection of consciousness, perhaps all of it, if you use the broad definition for consciousness, but you have many variables. Some of these variables include, a. the level of vibration of those who seek to achieve the desired result on Earth, b. the number of opposing energies or thought forms present on or around Earth, c. the level of karma, group and individual, that humanity implements, d. the number and quality of meditations or collective intentions. This is related to point A above, but also implies the actual number of meditators, frequency and place of their meetings, etc. e. the era or era in which the Earth is located, that is, the nature of the Earth's karma at a given time, f. the influence of plants, animals, extraterrestrials, and other living beings' influence of beings on the consciousness of humanity. Let's clarify these points. A. The influence of the vibrational level on the ability of the soul to influence the dominant timeline on Earth. It is well known that the higher your overall vibration, the more power you are able to manifest in your life. We are talking about true power, that is, the ability to influence and trigger processes through your use of the only true power in the world, divine power, and not just its appearance, the power that the elite, the Illuminati, and the so-called dark forces possess. We repeat that a soul with true power does not need to dominate, exploit, manipulate, enslave, control, or oppress others. This behavior has its origin in a deep belief in powerlessness and in the extremely unpleasant feelings generated by this belief. Since the so-called elite cannot accept their sense of powerlessness, these people try to surround themselves with the illusion of power. They believe that if they force others to do their will, humiliate and insult people with modest incomes, small fry, useless dependents, and, figuratively speaking, inflate their breasts, through an arms race, inflated military budgets, etc., then through this they will gain power. In reality, this behavior leads to the opposite result, although the elite can maintain this illusion for a while if these people can surround themselves with a sufficient number of believers in their system of control and manipulation. When souls raise their level of vibration, expand awareness or consciousness, they can channel more divine power through their chakras and energy centers, so they, by definition, have more power than those who have not learned to channel divine energy. What is the formula for determining the level of personal power? Obviously, if such a formula were invented, it would be quite complex. However, we will resort to a hypothetical example using arbitrary values. Let's say a soul vibrating at the third level of consciousness has 1 unit of power, a soul at the fourth level should have 6 units, a soul at the fifth level should have 130 units, and a soul at the sixth level should have 5,400 units. We get this result using the logarithmic scale type. If these numbers were true, then 100 people vibrating at the sixth level would have as much power as 540,000 people vibrating at the third level. This all sounds rather abstruse. What conclusion do you need to draw from these theories, reader? What should be your priorities? There are 2 options: 1. Maximize your vibration, and 2. Be clear about what you want to achieve on Earth. If you can unite with groups of like-minded souls with the same high level of vibration, then you will have many opportunities to change the whole way of life on Earth. B. The number of opposing energies on or around the Earth. The ability to influence the prevailing timeline largely depends on the strength of opposition and direct resistance to changes carried out in the consciousness of human souls. This resistance has many manifestations. For example, the phrase Satgog to drink 17, which became popular thanks to the rock band RTKR1 Noob. The physical body, ego, consciousness, and subconscious make up a large part of what we call the lower self. This self is not very fond of change, preferring predictable results and routine. Even when you are trying to avoid boredom, which is caused by your ignoring your higher qualities, goals, and mission in life, the ego and its associated parts resort to routine escape methods, such as drinking alcoholic beverages on Friday nights and socializing with these less well-off people on Sunday afternoons, and so on. Every week it's the same thing. Add to this the treatment of the masses by religious ideologies and the many isms that dominate the collective beliefs of humanity, it is surprising that anything changes at all. Capitalism, communism, socialism, consumerism, atheism, dogmatism, etc. All these are collective belief systems that dominate the consciousness of 99% of humanity. If you are going to change the prevailing timeline, then you need to fully understand the mechanism of joining a belief system or ideology. We can say that 99.9% of all people live in dungeons of poor beliefs. Many people have convinced themselves that they have broken out of their prison, but in reality they have simply repainted, expanded, rebuilt, or otherwise changed the basic idea. Some belief systems are broader than others. In any case, if you have not had direct experience of something at the energy level, this simply remains another opinion, and faith in God is no exception. It may be necessary to reprogram different levels of the self through meditation, auto-suggestion settings, visualization, etc. But this is not enough. Believing that you are a powerful, creative, spiritual being is a good way to add new floors to your prison, expand its space, add beauty, refinement, etc. But as long as you are chained to the mind, you continue to be in prison. When you suggest making changes to the collective timelines, it is often to find groups of souls with the same level of consciousness. If you are one of those rare souls who have completely freed yourself from the casemate mentality, you are unlikely to find very many other souls who have done the same. Let's say, for example, that you want to end a war in some part of the world. You understand that the war begins inside and is the result of an internal conflict between the parts of the I. However, very few people understand this, so you can start with the widows of those men who were killed in previous wars, or young people who were not inspired with the idea of the need for war. If these people continue to have internal conflict, which they probably do, the results will be limited, but it's still a good start. The principle of non-local states that you are all one and you all influence each other. However, your experience of unity strongly depends on your ability to overcome the belief in disunity. If you've worked hard enough on yourself, you can resist the temptation to get caught up in the drama and trauma of a group of peacemakers. Your transcendental consciousness may be strong enough to affect many people in your group. Your presence alone can be enough to start a transformation of the consciousness of both the group and the entire world. In order to heal the general population at this time, you will use the same basic methods that you have used for healing in other periods of time. True healing occurs when there is total love and acceptance directed at the parts of the individual and collective self that are receiving healing. There is a place for every member of the group who has received trauma and negative suggestions. Let's use an example that is not correct from a political point of view, but it is nevertheless worth referring to. Suppose that your grandfather was killed during one of the mass exterminations of the population, Jews, Russians, etc. You spent a lot of time and effort studying the genocide, working in the reparations program, educating people about how terrible this massacre is, etc. Your political and economic decisions were largely influenced by your views on the phenomenon of mass extermination of people. However, if reincarnation is not taken into account, the trauma of genocide appeared 3 generations ago. Nowadays, many young people do not have direct experience of these events. In short, they did not live in those years, so they do not understand what happened then, and they only know what they were taught in school, by their grandparents, the media, etc. If you want peace on Earth, and you still have mixed feelings about the mass extermination of the population, these feelings and related belief systems will prevent you from working for the pacification of humanity. Yes, you must forgive everyone who took part in that massacre. Study those events, and then let go of the experience. The author of this book has many Jewish friends, and he would like all Jews to find peace in their souls, but he has freed his mind from the collective belief systems of people who are still blinded by what happened about 75 years ago. Therefore, it does not support governments that impose apartheid. For example, a small country near Palestine use the Holocaust as a pretext for killing, raping, torturing, and suppressing other racial and ethnic groups. He sees that attachment to belief systems, regardless of whether it is relevant today, creates polarization that ignites war. Another example is the current confrontation between Democrats and Republicans in the United States. For example, people who were raised in the spirit of the teachings of the Democratic Party may blindly believe that their candidate will always be better than the one proposed by the Republicans. But what if it doesn't? What if the Democrats' option is worse in terms of world security? Can a committed Democrat break out of the days in which he has plunged himself and see the real state of affairs? According to many sources, if the Democrats had won the 2016 election, the likelihood of a Third World War would have been significantly higher than if the Republican candidate had won. But how many Democrats were able to understand this? That doesn't mean the Republican nominee was much better. Until the collective consciousness is healed, you will continue to choose between the lesser of two evils in a two-party system. Our policies are a mirror image of our complex consciousness. If we get a tyrant, a dictator, or a corrupt leader, it is only because we have these characteristics in our collective consciousness. When you learn to break out of your polarized mindset, you will no longer contribute to the inescapable corruption that characterizes politics in almost every country on earth. We don't want to give our discussion a political dimension, but it is important to note that polarizing oneself contributes to war, conflict, poverty, suffering, and all sorts of negativity. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't take action, but if you do, let it come from love, not revenge. There is no such thing as fighting for peace. If you glorify one group of people and attribute some shortcomings to others, then you are only perpetuating disunity. It is amazing that now there are organizations on Earth that blame white-skinned people for all the ills of the Earth, suspecting them of malice. Apparently, they didn't study Earth's history, or at least its true history. Perhaps they are being brainwashed into thinking things that please their masters. The problems on Earth are not racial, ethnic, or even religious. They are all related to the belief in separateness and the many forms that this belief takes. We invite you to make a commitment to eliminate isms from your mind. Learn to understand the difference between believing in something and understanding it. Belief systems are the mind's way of getting out of it when it doesn't know something. These systems may be necessary in the OP at a certain point in a person's development, they become a burden for those who want to awaken to the truth. There is no disunity. This is proven by science. We aim to show that this lack of separation applies to both time and space. All time and all space are closely connected. The past and future are now. Distant galaxies are here. All of humanity is one. We are not isolated from terrorists and saints. We have elements of each of them. It's time to stop thinking that we are special or better than some other culture or race. I beg your pardon for this brief sermon, but we felt the need to go back to the basics for a little while if you are serious about changing the prevailing timeline on Earth. In order to be a peacemaker, you need to experience peace of mind, so your first task is to resolve your internal conflicts. Know that all internal conflicts arise from a belief in separateness and are reinforced by the traumas of your present and past lives. Forgive the Germans, Jews, Muslims, Russians, Bolsheviks, Democrats, Republicans, and all the other groups who were enslaved to their own belief systems. And first of all, forgive yourself for shutting yourself up in your ghettos and assuming that the door that leads out of it is locked with a key. Let go of the mind and be the peacemaker that you already are. End of the sermon. See the level of karma played out by humanity on the stage of life. Another factor associated with correcting the prevailing timeline of humanity involves what most religious, spiritual people call karma. From the author's point of view, karma is the undeveloped lessons of the soul. For example, if you come into this life wanting to learn about unconditional love, but find yourself in an interdependent relationship and remain in this bond all your life, then after death, when you evaluate your life, you may decide that you have not learned the lesson for which you came here. So in your next life, you will choose the conditions and circumstances that best help you learn the lesson of unconditional love. Since life on Earth is a combination of free will and predestination, some of what you experience during a given lifetime will be predestined, and some will be unpredictable because of free will. Individual souls work through their personal karma on Earth, but so do nations and ethnic groups. When you join a group, you take on some of that group's karma. It's important for you to recognize this if you want to make a difference. For example, if a certain group of souls is constantly creating suffering in their lives, it is important to find out why this is happening. What is a general lesson for souls? Do they internalize it, or are they stuck in collective belief systems? It's not about looks or physical attributes at all. If you were born in a particular culture, if your skin is a particular color, this circumstance does not condemn you to enslavement to the collective belief systems of this group. Remember that the third density is the realm of conformity, the fourth is the realm of individuality, and the fifth is the place of true unity. You start by raising your level of consciousness above your ethnic or racial group to the realm of individuality, and then move on to the realization that we are all one. Karma is erased through forgiveness. When the victims of the massacre can finally forgive those they believe to be responsible for these conflicts, knowing that almost all the first victims and perpetrators are long dead, karma is healed. In fact, souls usually want to experience both sides of duality. Therefore, many of those who fueled the Second World War may return as victims in a later conflict. In some cases, this effect may take other forms. People who were victims of the Second World War may be the aggressors in the current conflict. It is not for the human self to judge who has karma and who does not. When the soul has learned everything it wants to know about some aspect of life on earth, it is free to go further and learn something else. The Old Testament concept of an eye for an eye is simply a way of continuing to lose karma in each subsequent life, resulting in more suffering. Aggression, sacrifice, revenge, aggression, sacrifice, revenge. All this goes on until such souls finally get tired of playing this game over and over again. Isn't it time to calm down on this? How much more suffering do you need? In fact, was there any need for anyone to suffer at all? Pain is inevitable, but suffering is not necessary, Buddhists say. Pain is resistance to life. We are all resisting something, otherwise we would not be able to live in a human body on earth. Without resistance, an infinite amount of life force energy would be generated in our body, burning it away. Suffering is resistance to pain. By accepting the pain of life, you stop resisting the pain that causes suffering. Love and accept the part of you that is in pain. Remember that victims and aggressors are acting actors on the stage of life, and that many of them change places over several lifetimes. If you are a victim in this life, then you may have been a criminal in a previous life. Accept it and forgive it. Why prolong the suffering by becoming attached to your role? It may take some time to completely shake off a deep-rooted position in life, but you need to start now. Start by forgiving yourself for being tied to your own belief systems. Gradually let go of yourself, a little bit each day. Be prepared to see both sides of the problem. Many Democrats feel oppressed by rich Republicans, who value the profits from business activities above human life. Many Republicans are angry that they go out of their way to pay their bills, while immigrants and welfare recipients enjoy free health care. The truth can sometimes be complicated. Some rich Republicans do a lot of good things for society, and their companies really care about people. Some welfare recipients do need help, and there's nothing better for them at this point in their lives. Recognize that these problems are a mixture of different states of consciousness played out on the screen of life. For example, many wealthy Republicans are recipients of corporate subsidies that are heavily subsidized by the state. Perhaps, on some level, they feel guilty about this state of affairs, and that is why they are so offended by the fact that poor people receive financial assistance. Look for the mirror that life shows you. This mirror lets you know exactly where you need healing. If you are emotionally reacting to a certain group of people, then there is a reason for this. You may have been raped and killed by a group of black people in a previous life, so now you are nervous about seeing black people in this life. Once you get rid of the obvious racial biases that you grew up with, you begin to explore your past lives and deeper attitudes that emerged maybe thousands of years ago. If you want to influence the dominant timeline, get rid of all karma. Live without karma. This means that you should solve problems as quickly as possible immediately after they appear. Don't cling to resentment and regret. Speak immediately and clearly when something bothers you. Don't hide your feelings. Remember that karma is a work in progress. End your business relationship. Pay off your loans when you can. If the agreement does not involve fair exchange, then do everything possible to revise it. At the very least, remove all emotional obligations from your personal and professional agreements and contracts. If someone sued you, forgive that person, even if you have to hire a lawyer and refute what you are accused of. Keep in mind that forgiveness doesn't have to be formal. You could tell the person who borrowed money from you that they don't need to give it back to you, giving up on them, but if you're still angry about it, then you haven't forgiven them. Recognize that in the end, nothing that anyone has ever done to you matters. It's just a show. You all wear masks on the stage of life. Learn to remove your masks and discover the truth behind the masquerade. In the last chapter of this book, we'll talk about this in more detail as we move beyond time and space. D. The quality and quantity of meditations focused on the desired result for the group. In addition to the level of vibration of those who meditate and heal, the degree to which the negative energies of the world are opposed, and the amount of karma present in the collective consciousness of the people involved, we must also consider the quality and quantity of meditations, healings, and sessions devoted solely to achieving the desired result. If you have people at a high level of vibration who meditate and heal, this is still not enough, because they still need to be very clearly and correctly instructed, guided, and this focusing of energy should be repeated many times in order to reprogram the negative energy surrounding problems on the dominant timeline. Of course, in such cases, we resort to some example, say, on the topic of pacifying a war-torn region of the earth. As we have seen, people are deeply entangled in their worldview, habits, and lifestyle. Constant exposure to new ways of thinking and perceiving through high-quality meditations and visualizations can make a significant difference, more effective than an irregular circle of meditators meeting for peace on earth or intermittent visualization practice between the hour you took your children to soccer and the hour you picked them up to take them home. And while it's still better to do this than to do nothing at all, a close-knit group of people who know their goal, meeting regularly, will achieve great results. The fundamental importance of dedication and perseverance on the spiritual path is well known. You can't expect your life to be full of power, creativity, and spiritual enlightenment if you just go to one weekend seminar or read a couple of books from the Help Yourself series. The author of this book spent approximately 20 years developing techniques for personal and spiritual growth before his understanding expanded beyond enlightened thinking to a genuine experience of higher dimensional energies. Now he has been consciously following his spiritual path for more than 40 years, and yet he has to deal with the problems of the small human I. In his life, ego and spirit almost always work together. You must see the ego in its true light, as a pure invention of the mind, a belief system in which a tiny part of the I mistakenly considers itself a powerful creator of everything in the world. The ego rarely dominates the consciousness of the author of this book, but as long as a person is in a body on earth, there is a possibility of returning to the ego. You must remain alert and constantly aware of the subtle ways in which the ego can manipulate the spirit. The paradox of creation is lost on the ego. In fact, God is inside the ego, because God is in everything. The perception of the ego as a separate I is clearly wrong. There is no separate I. There is only a God who expresses each human soul in a unique way. The purpose of this section is to remind the reader that repetition, perseverance, and dedication are absolutely essential not only on the spiritual path, but on any path of healing in general. If you want to pacify humanity, then you must meet with like-minded people regularly and work hard, despite your resistance and underlying negative beliefs, to manifest the strong self that you are when you are on your own and when you are in your own group. The influence of an era or epoch on Earth. This includes cosmic influences, divine providence, astrological configurations, the intervention of extraterrestrial groups, and the influence of mass communication technologies such as the Internet and social networks. If you want to influence the masses on Earth, then until recently it was very difficult to do so. Now you just need to press a few keys on your computer or smartphone keyboard, after downloading the corresponding program, and messages can be sent to thousands of people around the world. Every day, such a video spreads like a virus, that is, it is viewed by millions of people. It's not that hard to understand. If someone whose list of subscribers is 500 souls, a realistic figure for today, sends something to the internet, then even if only 1% of those who received this information pass it on, 5 people will share it with their relatives, friends, and acquaintances. If each person has an average of 500 unique contacts, that's 2,500 people. And again, if 1% of that number, i.e. 25 people, continues this process, then very soon this video will spread like a virus. Knowledge of marketing and advertising is, of course, a big plus, and sometimes a minus. Have you ever wondered how some videos, feature films, documentaries, music concerts, new songs, etc., reach hundreds of millions of people, while others can have only a few hundred views? Of course, this state of affairs cannot be explained by the talent and quality of the recording alone. Knowledge of technology and communication skills are very important when it comes to attracting people's attention. As they say in show business, what matters is who you know. We are not saying in this book that knowledge of marketing and advertising guarantees you success, but it certainly helps you bring your information to a large number of people. It would be right of you to ask for help from those who are professionals. Study those who are already successful in this field, like the ones you are currently listening to. The book Course of Miracles says that it takes only one enlightened person to change the world. Take a close look at those who you know have changed the world. If they are no longer alive, please contact their relatives and friends. Read their biographies. Find out what worked and what didn't work. Do your research. Now is a unique time in the history of mankind, because thanks to telecommunications, information can fly around the whole world in an instant. It used to be that when a war broke out in one part of the world, then in areas far from this conflict, they learned about it months later. Now, if war breaks out, almost all of humanity will know about it in a few hours. Take advantage of this ability of the world of near-instant messaging. Learn the technology, but do not be a slave to it or become dependent on it, but use it as a tool to spread your influence. Almost every soul on Earth influences the dominant timeline much more strongly than she or he is aware of. Think of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, which is shown every Christmas in the West. Without you, the world would be very different. You are making a significant contribution to it, and maybe much more than you think. In addition to the impact of technology and global connectivity, there are also cosmic cycles and divine providence. Your ability to influence the prevailing timeline. We live in an era that religion calls the apocalypse. This word literally means the age of revelation. In other words, everything is revealed, the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is the dominant energy of this time period due to the fact that the Earth vibration is growing along with the average level of consciousness on planet Earth. Information about God's providence is detailed in earlier books, so here we will be brief. The era in which we live acts as a catalyst for major changes in the dominant timeline on Earth. If the higher spiritual laws are eternal and cannot be changed by free will, then the current period of time in which we live makes it easier for us to accept the higher truths, as the canopy that covers it slowly rises above the Earth. Global awakening is a painful process for most people. You have heard the expression ignorance is good. In a few years, this will no longer be true, as it will become increasingly difficult to ignore the grand shift in people's minds that is already taking place. As an overview of the information provided in previous publications, let's say that one of the areas that will undergo catastrophic changes is the economic system on planet Earth. You may know that the current system is practically opposed to the highest spiritual principles. Take any spiritual thought about economics, turn it 180 degrees, and you will probably have something that fits the current economic model on Earth. In the higher realms, there is infinite abundance, free energy, unconditional love, and compassion for all forms of life. The economic structure on Earth is based on scarcity, profit, taxes, control, manipulation, and dependence on the ever-increasing consumption of natural resources. This is a direct result of the ego being allowed to take the place of God on the altar. The apocalypse manifests itself by magnifying everything in the world and revealing what was hidden in the minds of the collective will of humans, and their self-appointed overlords, at the subconscious level. If you want to see what a belief in separation from God can lead to, just look at the world. The reality of 3/4 of all people is based on fear. Thus, the dominant timeline has been ruled by fear for thousands of years. Fear keeps people locked up in suicidal belief systems, behaviors, and lifestyles. But what about the belief in limited resources? In the vacuum of empty space, there was always almost unlimited energy. But wars were fomented in the name of limited resources. There is no need to extract fossil fuels and non-renewable resources. How can intelligent people allow poisons to be added to food and water? How can they choose to run for president between two candidates who care only about their own interests, and still believe that the vote will change the situation? It's the same as if you were watching a movie in a movie theater and went to the screen and tried to change the characters on it, if you don't like what's going on there. All the authentic teachers throughout our history have said that if you want to change the world, you must first change your consciousness. The time in which we live provides a great opportunity for this. All the grotesque and ugly things generated by our consciousness appear on the stage of the world like a movie in the Tezco 1Og system, broadcast live on UOITIA and Raise Yuk, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your radio and television network. If you want to change the prevailing timeline, start with your thoughts, feelings, attitudes, programs, and suggestions. Send unconditional love to every part of your being that is mired in the illusion of materiality, clinging to the belief in haves and have-nots, and the crazy idea that consuming or acquiring material things will somehow bring you salvation, etc. Enjoy the benefits of high technology, use the tools of telecommunications, but do not fall into the trap of the idea that this will somehow save you. Take advantage of the era in which you live to work for the peace and enlightenment of humanity. This is the best time in history to awaken to the truth of who you are. You control time and space. This book should help you keep that in mind. F. The influence of plants, animals, astral/etheric beings, and extraterrestrials on the dominant timeline. At first, you may not think that life forms in these categories have much influence on the prevailing timeline, but then you are mistaken. We have already mentioned the Zen koan about a tree falling in the forest. Yes, it still falls if people don't see it, but the fact is that there are many other life forms in the world that have witnessed this event. In fact, consciousness itself is a witness. The Earth itself is the main factor in the manifestation of timelines. Many years ago, scientists suggested that global warming, if it occurs, will make the Earth uninhabitable, possibly as early as 2020. None of this clearly happens on the dominant timeline, although it may be true on various alternative timelines. What has led to a slowdown in global warming and mitigation of its consequences? It's not that this is a hoax, as Republicans claim, or that oil, gas, and coal companies are compassionately cleaning up their toxic emissions, or that garbage is now being recycled, although it can be useful. The biggest factor is the land itself. Like all intelligent organisms, the Earth has its own consciousness. It tries to restore balance every time the biosphere system goes haywire. Yes, it uses solar minima and other influences to strengthen the balance, but the key point is that nature is like a pendulum. It swings back and forth until it reaches balance. Are the polar regions affected by global warming? This issue will be resolved. Larger and wetter storms will occur so that the Earth gets less sunlight, so that it will cool down. Is the level of the world's oceans rising? That's not necessarily a bad thing, unless you're building homes on the south shore of Florida. If you study the cycles, you can see that the seas rise and fall over millions of years. Indeed, humanity has never been as prosperous on Earth as it is in our time, so it has a greater impact than ever before on the state of the planet. Toxic chemicals do indeed seriously pollute the Earth. But you will realize that the Earth has a way to restore balance even in disasters like a nuclear accident. The key point here is that nature, including rocks, minerals, tectonic plates, and electromagnetic energy flows that are part of the Earth's grid system, greatly influence the past, present, and future. The obvious solution for humanity is to learn to work in harmony with nature, rather than trying to be a king over it, commanding it. Apart from making it easier for our bodies to survive through air conditioning, heating, and the like, we don't really need much control over nature. Of course, you need to build a shelter from storms, learn how to interact with wind, sun, and water, and expand the technical capabilities already created by nature, for example, to explore new farming methods and implement them. You don't have to stand up to nature or try to force it to change. Permacultura 1 is the practical science of working in harmony with the natural cycles of the Earth instead of continuously weeding everything and everything, flooding the soil with chemicals, etc. It would be good to start with the construction of buildings that coexist with nature in harmony. Like the opponent's energy in martial arts, the energy of nature can be used both for the benefit of humanity and to its detriment. Nature can be complemented and harmonized, not suppressed. In other words, you can use the energy of the universe to help you, and not fight it or try to dominate it, control it. People who practice martial arts are well aware of the fact that you can defeat an opponent who is twice your size or clearly stronger than you, simply by using and directing the energy of this person for your own purposes. You don't fight, resist, or counter the energy in traditional ways. The same is true for the natural world. The main thing here is interaction with nature, and not the desire to treat and suppress it. By changing the prevailing timeline, ask nature how it can help you achieve your goals. Follow natural cycles and use them for your own benefit. For example, it is well known that in our world, most achievements occur during the spring and summer months. This is due not only to the fact that then the weather is most favorable for active actions, but also to the psychology of people, and often with the natural cycles and rhythms of organisms. Trees lose their leaves in the fall, it's time to get rid of them. You can get rid of old ideas and get rid of everything you won't need in the fall and winter. Plants and animals can also help shape the timeline that you really want for yourself. Tune into them. Learn to communicate with them telepathically. Shamans and sorcerers of many tribes have been doing this for thousands of years. Plant and animal spirits teach them how to use the natural world to produce medicines and treat injuries and illnesses, as well as what to plant and when to plant. What about spiritual guides and aliens? Many souls on Earth have been helped by these beings throughout history. Without outside help, it is very difficult to overcome negative attitudes. Many souls abuse help from above and expect spiritual guides or extraterrestrials to do everything for them. A spiritual mentor is very similar to a sports coach. The trainer is not going to race for you. It will help you prepare for the race in every possible way, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. But it is up to you to solve this problem. Don't expect a spirit guide to do everything for you. A highly evolved being will respect your free will and will not try to force you into anything or convince you of anything. They can point out possible pitfalls and even warn you if necessary, but they will not actively intervene unless you are in a life-threatening situation, or if they do not believe that the lesson of the soul is best learned with outside intervention. Healing is one of the best uses of spiritual guides and extraterrestrials, but they will rarely do anything unless they first receive an invitation. If you want them to help you send healing light to your planet, invite them to come and ask them to work through you. From their higher vantage point, they can see many possible and probable realities and can make predictions or warn you about possible outcomes so that you either develop or avoid them. Many prophets have said that a failed prophecy is a great success. Sometimes this can be true. Informing people about the consequences of certain actions can be useful. If you use the wrong approach, the prophecy can be realized in a negative way. You don't want to constantly worry about the future just because some higher being has told you that catastrophic events are coming. Use the warning as a catalyst for a more thorough study of the subject. Even highly evolved beings can make mistakes when making predictions about the future of the dominant timeline. Remember that there are billions of souls on planet Earth, and they are all powerful creators, although most of them don't know it. The best prophets and clairvoyants are those who are able to tune into the collective consciousness of people and see that they are in the process of creating individually and collectively. They might politely say, if you continue to behave in this way, your behavior is highly likely to lead to disastrous consequences. But, with the exception of some actions, they will not prevent you from doing something that can harm you. Julia's freedom has its limitations. You can decide how to experience something, but you can't always change the event itself. Allowing humanity to simply go its own way is suspended in situations where the free will of most souls would be violated if spirit guides and extraterrestrials refrained from interfering, for example, in the event of a nuclear disaster. A considerable number of extraterrestrial groups are currently allowed to neutralize various types of weapons of mass destruction if their use would endanger all life on the planet. One of the reasons that interference is allowed to a certain extent is that there is a large group of light workers or beings who want to pacify all of humanity, and the Earth is harmoniously embracing the idea of millions of souls coming together to maintain peace. To allow any group of rogue, negative beings to destroy the Earth in a nuclear war would be to violate the wishes of this large group of peaceful souls. Now millions of people have come to Earth to join the new, peaceful society. This intent creates a very strong probable timeline, which is not easy to break. By imagining a world of peace and quiet, you are joining a vast community of human and extraterrestrial souls who are committed to and loyal to world peace, because that is what these souls strive for. They have already experienced war, poverty, destitution, and suffering over the past millions of years, and are now ready for new lessons that go beyond all that. The question of collective free will is a very complex one, not easily understood even by beings with very high vibrational levels. The author of this book's spiritual guides have repeatedly pointed this out. There is no need to try to figure out what works best for a particular group of people, since it is almost impossible to know for sure at ordinary levels of consciousness. You can make statements before your healing work such as, for the highest and best good of all parties involved in this conflict, I ask you to stop this war, in the name of the Almighty Father/Mother of God. If your prayer is fruitful, it may seem as if it violates the free will of those souls who came to Earth to experience war. If the forces that will end the war are set in motion, then these souls are deprived of the opportunity to learn that they came to Earth to learn. Now do you understand why this question is so difficult? How do you know when it makes sense to break the will of a small group of souls in favor of another group? When decent aliens neutralize weapons of mass destruction, the will of those who wish to survive such destruction is violated, at least at low levels. Who can determine the right way out of situations of this kind? Sometimes the dominant energy of consciousness takes over. If there are millions of high vibrational souls who want peace, and not many low vibrational souls who want war, then war prevention is relatively easy. But the Earth is a hellish concoction in a melting pot for different souls, each of which has its own tasks. Until recently, the land was spacious enough to satisfy almost all desires, but now this is no longer the case. Pollution is affecting every life form on Earth right now. A fairly serious problem, at low levels, is that many souls are likely to have a malfunction of the immune system in the future. It could be said that their higher selves knew that such a problem would arise when they decided to come to Earth. But other souls may have come here to stop the pollution and save countless species from dying. We have delved into how to create and direct the dominant timeline, because it is important to understand the complexities of collective consciousness. The solution, however, is simple. Learn to listen to the voice of your higher self, which can understand these complexities. If you clearly feel that you need to move in a certain direction, trust that feeling and go there. Ask your higher self to guide you on the optimal path for maximum development, happiness, and well-being of the soul. Trust that your higher self knows the best way to achieve this. Thank your helpers on the higher planes for their help. 8 groups of human healers in the past, healing historical collective traumas on planet Earth. Since you can travel to any point in space-time and perform healing there, one of the most powerful ways to eliminate collective negativity, group trauma, is to travel back in time and defuse significant global conflicts and painful planetary events. We have previously cited cases of mass population destruction as aspects of the collective timeline, where there is a lot of stagnant energy. Although we cannot change the actual physical events on the collective timeline, because of the murdered grandfather paradox and the prohibition against violating the free will of the souls involved in this event, it is quite possible to change the experience of the souls concerned. Many soldiers see angels on the battlefield. In some cases, angels appear when one of them is dying, but they may also appear to comfort them and help them survive, or to boost their morale in situations that are not life-threatening. Some of these angels may be future versions of themselves who have gone back in time to heal the past self, while others may be the energy of healers performing third, party healing, for example, you and a group of souls might be doing this by looking through the collective past on Earth. And still others can be real guests from heaven in real time, just giving their love and compassion. There are several approaches to correcting the past, which we now want to announce. First of all, on a human level, it is impossible to know exactly how many people living in a given time period are actually experiencing the positive impact of this healing process. We can say that some souls affected by group trauma probably do not receive significant healing due to visits from the future, while others experience a significant impact of such visits on their energy bodies or state of consciousness. It all depends on what a particular soul wants to experience, as well as on the various soul agreements, karmic contracts, and free will decisions that are part of the divine plan. Some souls are not ready for change. For some reason, they settle for empathy and get bogged down in a group consciousness of guilt, shame, guilt, projection, etc. Playing the victim card is very popular on Earth. Maybe a few generations ago, your cultural or ethnic group was subjected to genocide or enslaved, or was guilty of terrible crimes. Despite the fact that most souls have chosen their current circumstances, it is tempting to feel victimized and hold on to these group experiences after they expire. How many white male Christians of traditional sexual orientation feel victimized? What about blacks or Jews or lesbians? Undoubtedly, in the second category, the percentage of victims is higher. At the same time, how many people in the second group are now being harassed and bullied or destroyed? There may be a few, but from a compassionate third density perspective, the persecution of even one person is too much. The number of souls being persecuted or harmed obviously depends on where they live, how outspoken they are, and most importantly, what lesson these souls have come to learn. Of course, persecution and oppression persist in most parts of the world, but how much does this problem relate to the reluctance of social, ethnic, or racial groups to let go of the past and move forward? As we said earlier, these conflicts have two sides, as well as many lifetimes of suggestions and attitudes. If you were an oppressor in a previous life, you may find yourself oppressed in this life, and vice versa. Some groups of souls go back and forth in a series of lifetimes, switching places between the victim and the oppressor. Some of these disadvantaged groups used souls for their own benefit only a couple of lifetimes ago. The higher self, the essence of the soul, does not judge what is right and wrong. It just wants to experience everything that life has to offer. It wants to know what it means to be a victim and a criminal. However, over a long period of time, souls in their evolution rise to states of higher vibration, and in higher states they are more likely to want to experience love, forgiveness, and healing. So after a few dozen lifetimes of agony and suffering, the soul may decide that it has had enough and start attracting a different set of experiences. As the single greatest healing you can do in the past, you can help souls free themselves from guilt. It may not be obvious at first that victims are usually riddled with guilt because of what they have done in past lives, but if you look into this problem, you will find that this is most often the case. Of course, we don't condone bad behavior. Each of you is God, regardless of your skin color, ethnic background, upbringing, political affiliation, etc. Blacks, Jews, and lesbians can behave just as badly as white Christian men with traditional sexual orientation. We are seeing so-called social justice warriors fighting for equality and justice. In some cases, it would be a good idea to draw public attention to various distortions that take place in the structure of a country or state. We are not saying that these groups fighting for justice are not fulfilling the vital task of helping society. However, many of them perpetuate the very distortions that they say they are eliminating. As we have already said, fighting for peace will always be an oxymoron. If you condemn white Christian men with a traditional sexual orientation in order to defend the rights of blacks, Jews, and lesbians, you only make this problem worse. Of course, in the first group there are people who do wrong to someone from the second group, but there are also those who help this group. Healing can only happen if you recognize that all people are links of divinity, that everyone deserves love and compassion, regardless of their position in life. Even serial killers and terrorists deserve love and compassion. Their crimes can have consequences. You may have to lock them up in a cell or find another way to isolate them from society, but you must do it with love and compassion if you want to achieve healing. And while this may seem like a contradiction to those who don't understand the drama of duality, it's the only way to make a difference. Psychologists are well aware of the need to separate a person from their behavior. The beautiful, perfect child of God is identified with ego and bad behavior. Such a person deserves love and compassion. If you pour hatred on such a soul, it will only make the problem worse. In most cases, the problem occurred when the soul was mistreated by parents, family, or society. Let us recall the idea of going back in time and healing from mass trauma. Here the most important step is to realize that at the present moment, not only is everything unfolding in a divine order, but also in the past everything happened exactly like this. It is difficult for a rational mind to understand such a thing, but it is the key to healing. If, for example, you are returning to concentration camps during World War II, then start by radiating love to everyone, including Hitler's soldiers, weapons manufacturers, and pro-war politicians. Do not limit yourself to radiating healing energy to prisoners. In many cases, the perpetrators are more in need of healing than the victims, especially if the victims died quickly and were already helped by their guardian angels and spiritual guides. We suggest that you learn the principles of direct time correction and get certified as a direct time corrector in order to achieve maximum effectiveness in healing the past. When healing is successful, it has many consequences. Some of the first participants in a traumatic event actually feel better during the trauma itself. Others gain insight into the nature of this experience during the initial time period. Still others receive healing after the first experience. Nowadays, many souls who have been trapped in the drama of duality in the sense of massive trauma of the past are beginning to forget their attachment to the pain, misery, and suffering due to this trauma. At the very least, those who give healing get rid of their judgments and pain on the topic of mass trauma. For example, it would be great if groups of Jews or Russians could gather and send healing energy to all those who died during the mass extermination of their people. It would be even better if such groups sent healing to the Nazis or Bolsheviks, as well as to those who supported the war in general. Finally, these groups need to send healing energy to the so-called backroom forces that sell weapons to both sides of the conflict and those who plot and fuel these wars. If enough people send quite a lot of love to the past and present of the Illuminati 18 and other groups that seek to control and oppress people, a genuine change will occur. Free will suggests that not all of these power-hungry souls will agree to healing, but some of them are likely to overcome their psychological, emotional barriers if they are willing to complete the lesson of oppression and control. Again, we don't care what the healing mechanism looks like. In this case, we believe and trust. When we focus our healing on a collective event from the past, we receive healing because what you do comes back to you. The worst part is when the healer is currently receiving healing, but nothing important is happening. Still, it's better than doing nothing. The principle of non-local, applied to time, implies that every healing that occurs anywhere in time-space affects every soul in creation at any time period. A group that channels healing energy into the phenomena of mass slaughter benefits every time and place in the universe. Whenever the soul sends love and compassion to a situation where genocide has taken place, at some level the energy changes and becomes positive. As you raise your consciousness and become more aware of your personal power, the expansion of divine power, the scope of healing increases. We suggest that you, after mastering the techniques in the training dedicated to correcting the timeline, collect those who have passed this training, and regularly allocate time to radiate healing energy to past events. The best method is the healing technique Pearl Necklace, with which you direct energy simultaneously to several places in space-time. You choose a specific topic for your evening healing session. For example, you start with something that happened millions of years ago and is related to this topic, and then move forward in time, correcting similar events, until you finally come to the present. Note, you can also start with the most recent group injuries and then go further back into the past. In nonlinear time, it is important not to go forward or backward in time. Every healing you perform affects every other time period, even if you first correct recent events before going further into the past. This method seems counterintuitive, but that's how it works. There were dozens of mass slaughterhouses and cases of genocide on Earth after people started coming here. You can send healing to each of the main events up to the present time. If you haven't completed a course on correcting a timeline, then just try sending love and compassion to each event as you view it. You can imagine what an event was like if you don't have eyewitness accounts of it. Perhaps it happened too long ago for any photos or news reports to remain, so you rely entirely on oral history passed down from one generation to the next. You might notice a change in the people who were traumatized by this historic event. For example, perhaps after working with the phenomenon of the mass extermination of Jews, you will notice a decrease in negative conversations about these events, at least for some people. 1. Correction of possible and probable future timelines. Earlier, we talked in detail about the process of establishing a connection with the future timeline. This method involves the involvement of a therapist leading the client into the future. Now we will look at other ways to apply the method of establishing a connection with a future timeline. As you become more adept at using various therapeutic techniques to correct the timeline, you will be able to perform these techniques yourself, without the help of a therapist. Regardless of what falls on your dominant timeline, you can go to the future and correct the possible and probable timelines where you see the development of events in your life. Above, we have described an exercise designed to help you achieve the desired result. This technique should also help you avoid an undesirable result. By sending healing energy to all the most likely alternative timelines, you reduce the risk that one of these likely realities will intersect with or become the dominant timeline in your life. Let's say that you have a job that you love, but your company is not very successful financially. At the current timeline you work, no one plans to fire you. However, you see a future timeline when you are laid off, because your company can no longer pay your salary. Here you have several options to choose from. You can try to influence the management of the company by going to the future and interacting with this department, mentally convincing its employees to leave you. Or you can work more on the company itself to help it increase its profits. You can see how your company makes money in the future. Or you can accept being fired and spend that time energizing and healing your future self. You can imagine how your future self works in a more reliable, but equally pleasant company for you. In addition, you can also work on emotional problems or karmic schemes, if any, that may be responsible for the fact that you work in an unstable company, since it was these schemes that pushed you to get a job in it. Finally, you could try to get rid of any emotional attachments you have to your work and move on to a future timeline where you are free of all worries about your future work. Every time you create a future timeline or move into a possible or probable future, you are creating a version of yourself or connecting with a future self that already exists on that timeline. When you strengthen a lighter timeline by giving it a lot of energy and attention, you establish a relationship with your future self that is already on that timeline. Note, whether you describe this as actually creating a new timeline and a new version of yourself, or whether you perceive it as accessing a version of yourself in a timeline that already exists, depends on what level of consciousness you are vibrating at. We'll talk about this in the near future. You can make your future self one of your spiritual guides. You can have regular conversations with your future self. You can get advice from your future self about the steps you need to take to achieve your goals. Even if you have already implemented the accepted method of establishing a connection to the timeline based on the prevailing timeline, you still have several future selves, one for each possible and probable outcome. If you decide that you prefer a reality that is different from the one that is currently manifesting, you can change your future selves and start focusing on the one that is more to your liking. You may first decide that you want to become the head of the company you currently work for, but later you will come to the conclusion that this will require too much effort from you, so you will prefer to become the deputy chairman of the board. You have already established a relationship with your future self as chairman of the management board, and now you want to start communicating with your future self as deputy chairman of the management board. This is easy to do. You simply begin to direct your attention to the new future self, amplifying it more and more whenever you think about this result. The original future self still exists, but you no longer close the loop of time around that self as the head of the company. You have moved to another timeline and are now completing a new time loop. Let's assume that there is a possible reality associated with some catastrophe that would prevent you from achieving your goals. You imagine that on your way to the chair of the board, some jealous employee kills you. The very fact that this thought has occurred to you suggests that we are talking about a possible reality. Then you can go to this possible timeline and take steps to prevent your murder. While this is not yet the dominant timeline and your soul does not want to experience your kill, you can make specific physical changes to what you see in this future timeline. By preventing a kill in this possible future, you reduce the likelihood that this possible timeline will ever intersect with or become the dominant timeline. 270637997 Correction of possible and probable future timelines. Establishing a link to a future direct third-party service. If you have a client who wants another person to heal, then you can include in the session the radiation of healing energy on possible and probable future options for this person. For example, if you clearly see an elderly person's health going down in the future, you can go to their probable future and offer them healing. You can imagine this person being in full health when they turn 80 or 90. You see that the soul chooses a wise lifestyle and opens up emotionally, expressing feelings in a healthy way. To what extent do you influence the future decisions of this soul? This depends on many factors, such as the perseverance of this person, their ability to be flexible, etc. Your ability to project energy is also one of these factors. If you have doubts about the health of this person in the future, they can certainly interfere. In your case, your best bet is to tune into the third-person higher self and see if you can communicate directly. What does a client's friend or family member really want out of life? What are the main lessons of the soul? Will a long, healthy, and prosperous life serve as the best incentive for the development, happiness and well-being of this soul? You might think that this is the innermost desire of every soul, but this is not always the case. As you mentally project yourself onto the soul of a third person, ask your higher self and that person's higher self to show you the possible and probable timelines that are most useful. Ask your higher self to breathe in higher consciousness and healing energy in a timeline that is perfect, correct, and appropriate for the soul receiving healing. 2706379998 Correction of possible and probable future Earth timelines. You can expand your healing practice by extending it to collective future timelines, without limiting yourself to those that are relevant to your personal path. For example, at the moment in the prevailing timeline, the Third World War did not occur. However, there are several possible or probable future timelines when World War III is already happening or is about to happen. In the event that a war should occur on an alternate timeline, you can go to this timeline during meditation and correct it in various ways, saturating it with love and compassion. You see that the war dissolves before it has time to start on this timeline. On a future timeline where World War III is taking place, you can send healing energy to everyone involved and direct your intent to immediately cease fire and dismantle the war machine. Your spiritual guides and higher selves can play an important role in that they can help you understand and correct possible collective timelines. You can meditate and ask your higher self to show you the most likely scenarios for the future of humanity. Of course, you can do this for groups of humanity, but to make this example easier, let's assume that these scenarios affect everyone. Here are 10 possible options. A. Humanity is no longer prevented from engaging in a nuclear war and blowing itself up, rendering the planet uninhabitable. B. Humanity tries to blow itself up, but is stopped by God's providence, and the war continues using only conventional weapons. C. Humanity tries to blow itself up, but, stopped by God's providence, realizes the futility of war and begins to serve the cause of peace. D. Humanity begins to slowly and painfully move away from war. E. Humanity suddenly realizes the unacceptability of war and immediately begins to establish a ceasefire around the world. F. Aliens invade and take over the Earth. G. Higher beings come to Earth and eliminate all negativity on it. H. The virus destroys 90% of humanity. I. The virus destroys only the privileged elite. K. A new era of peace and prosperity is rapidly dawning on the planet. You can study each of the above scenarios and decide what to do with it, i.e. whether it needs healing, release, or support, reinforcement. We don't recommend that you spend a lot of time on various scenarios. You need to think about those that persistently require your attention. You think about them more often than about others, whether they are positive or negative. Conclusion. How to be the master of space-time. We've taken a detailed look at some of the ways you can travel through time and learn to understand the mysterious interactions between possible, probable, and other parallel realities. There are several other applications for correcting the timeline, which we want to discuss in the next chapter. As for this material, take your time, reread it as many times as you need to fully understand its meaning. Channeling number 8. A message from the founders. Repeat effect. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. This channel is proud of new, up-to-date technologies and information. However, you may have noticed that it is often repeated, in slightly different ways, throughout this book. He easily writes large amounts of material. Most of his books are over 300 pages long. And he's not just trying to fill up the pages by throwing water at them. You may have noticed that the theme of this book, time, has been explained incorrectly in many texts throughout our history. This is mainly the reason why this information is currently being provided. Much of what is reported here is contradictory. What is contained in these pages will be disputed by both scientists and ordinary people. Many will immediately dismiss this as something fanciful, as idle speculation. Others will find flaws in this science, especially in the statement that the principle of colloquy can be applied to time. Others, not so intellectuals, will begin to get tired of the repetitive nature of these ideas. Can't we just live and enjoy every day without worrying about anything linear or nonlinear? All these reactions have their basis. However, the main purpose of this book is to help you realize your divine nature. You don't really enjoy hearing over and over again how great you are and how you are connected to all the good things if you are still enthralled to time. Some of you will hardly find the time to read this book between your daily activities and commitments. Knowing that time can be accelerated and slowed down, you can switch to new timelines and heal the past, present and future. You begin to understand the phrase in a new way: you are a strong, creative, spiritual being. Yes, you are children of the Most High, God. You know this very well in your heart. However, the world is constantly reinforcing the idea that you are in need, that you are dependent on all sorts of things that have no end in sight. So we keep repeating ourselves. For this reason, this channel approaches the same ideas from different perspectives. If you diligently apply the methods described in this book, and attend the training sessions offered, you will experience your ability to overcome and master the lower dimensions of time and space. Your subconscious mind is being reprogrammed, according to your soul's desire. Every time you read about how you can transcend linear time, another seed is planted in the garden of immortality and peace. You may not yet see the connection between intellectual reasoning about time and the idea of deep and permanent contentment, but gradually this connection will become clearer. As the master of time and space, you can use these attributes of creation to facilitate your selfless service to all beings in the universe. Remind yourself every day that you are the beauty and grandeur of creation in human form, and that you deserve the kingdom of heaven right here and now. Drive away all thoughts of the opposite. Rejoice in the knowledge that time is no longer your master, that you are no longer its slave. Rise up and become a part of the higher reality. You are free, now and forever. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 10. Additional information about correcting the timeline. Self-correction of the timeline, applying this technique to yourself without the therapist's participation. If you have not yet been trained to correct a timeline and have not received a session from a licensed therapist, then you may be interested in why you can't just do it yourself. After all, we have described many techniques in this book, and it may seem very simple to imagine going back in time and healing certain aspects of yourself. It's actually very simple, but not that easy. The ego is very resistant to change, especially deep healing. If you try to do everything on your own, you may have some success, but chances are that you will either not go deep enough, or you will not be able to completely separate yourself from the past that you are healing. In the West, people like shortcuts. There are very few genuine methods to accelerate the natural process of soul evolution. It's best to be patient and study the technique carefully before trying to use shortcuts. If you are concerned about time and money, then there are ways to overcome these obstacles. For example, if you have completed basic training, but are not ready to move on to the next, more complex steps, then you can switch places with other people who have already learned the basic technique. The pearl necklace meditation is sometimes a shortcut and is implemented faster than the usual healing process, although its effect is usually not as profound. The author strongly recommends that you take the time and invest in those things that help you understand the deeper aspects of the soul. Yes, many teachers in the world put money before work. You should use your insight and ask your higher self before investing time or money in the technique. You can imagine yourself as a master of some therapeutic procedure, and then tune in and see how you feel. Does it really fill you with joy and enthusiasm to think that you will learn to correct the timeline? Can you honestly see yourself using this technique regularly, year after year? If this is the case, I strongly recommend that you complete the training and gain a wealth of experience with other practitioners. Take a deep dive into meditation and see if you feel a calm, peaceful energy as you contemplate the idea of fulfilling this commitment to your journey to healing. Healing genetics and pedigree. Delete or change hereditary and genetic imprints in yourself, with the help of a timeline corrector. Scientists have a very limited understanding of genetics. According to the general consensus, our genes shape everything around us and we are the product of our ancestral DNA. We do not dispute that the genetic code contains the characteristics of the physical body and many traits of character. Of course, our emotional and psychological well-being is influenced by aspects of our DNA passed down through our family. But we argue that here cause and effect can be reversed. Our state of consciousness determines our genetics. Perhaps we are using the word consciousness extensively here to include the state of vibration, karmic history, and soul path. Ultimately, it is the higher self or higher aspects/dimensions of the soul that determine the characteristics of a given life. However, as life itself often reminds us cruelly, belief in the lower self, ego, also plays a huge role. Our genetics are derived from many factors. Let's look at the main ones. A. Interbreeding between humans. The characteristics of our DNA are determined by our family tree, which is well known to modern science. B. Cosmic influences from this life. Radiation from the sun and stars, as well as the influence of beings from other star systems and dimensions, all this is still not very well understood. C. The impact of past lives on Earth. The part of the genome that carries this information is found in what unenlightened scientists call junk DNA. D. Life on other worlds and in other dimensions. This factor is understood the worst of all. Again, the information is contained in the junk DNA. Most of the timeline correction elements we talked about work with items from B to D, above. Now let's look at the genetics of your family. Eliminating or changing your genetics. With artificial powers, your genetic codes can be rearranged by changing your consciousness. This obviously contradicts the generally accepted scientific view that you can't do anything about your genetics. You can go back in time and change your experience with family members, and you can also heal your ancestors so that their genetics also change. With the help of your spiritual guides, you can remove the genetic fingerprints at the point of origin, the point in time when the injury occurred in your family tree. Obviously, changing the genetics of other family members requires their permission at the soul level. For example, your great-maternal great-grandfather had a drinking problem. This tendency to alcoholism is imprinted in the genetics of the lineage. Perhaps your grandfather, his son, also had a problem with alcohol, etc., and this disease was transmitted to you through your mother. Because consciousness affects genetics, alcoholism is imprinted in the genetic codes that are passed on to you. And if your genetics affect your consciousness, then you have a tendency to alcoholism, unless you are extremely careful not to drink too much. Real-time treatment of people from their genetics/ancestry. There are several ways to perform this healing. You can go back in time to visit your great-grandfather and heal him when he was still alive, or you can find him and heal him in real time. It is possible that he has reincarnated several times since the original genetic imprint was created and has now returned to the family somewhere, a common occurrence. Of course, he may be in another earthly family, or even not on Earth, incarnated on another planet. You can ask your higher self to remove the traumatic imprints from your ancestor. You can imagine your ancestor, without worrying about accuracy. See him filled with the golden, radiant, and loving light of God. Imagine lifting him up to heaven and forgiving him completely and completely. Ask that all genetic links to defective DNA be severed immediately, and that only those links that represent health and vitality remain. Believe that your higher self and your spiritual guides can rearrange your DNA to eliminate faulty genetic codes and or strands. Then work your way through the descendants of the original ancestor. Ask them to show you which ones need healing. Repeat the above processes for each family member until you finish working with your parents' bodies. Ask that all connections with defective DNA in your body be removed and that all karmic lessons related to defective DNA be completed at the most appropriate time. Ask that this work be sealed. This means that none of the defects will be passed on to future generations. Helping another person change their genetics. You can help your client change their genetics, just like a therapist who puts a timeline in order. Any changes made will be recorded on the new timeline. Basically, as soon as you make changes to the client's ancestry, the client immediately switches to a new timeline that includes the modified genetic history. All family members in the genetic line of inheritance are either transferred to the new timeline, if they accept changes in their genetics, or remain on the original timeline, if they reject changes. In most cases, the souls involved in this work do not even realize that their history has changed, at least not until they reach a certain level of consciousness. Healing third-party genetics. You can also heal third-party genetics. If a client comes to you asking you to heal a family member, you can go back in time to that client and channel healing energy to the members of that person's family tree. You can ask your spiritual mentors to work with your client's spiritual mentors to help them improve their relationship. Cast the genetic imprints from these souls in the third-party family's bloodline that have caused or perpetuated a trauma or problem. If you do not have the right to change the genetic codes, then your attempts will be unsuccessful. There are many reasons for genetic distortions. They may originate from emotional experiences, environmental factors such as famine or flooding, karmic agreements with other family members, etc. There is no need to know all the details, this can be quite difficult. Just ask the higher self of the third person and the client to help you so that the healing process goes the best way. Correction of implants and fingerprints. Military, aliens, etheric and astral worlds. Legacy. You can go back in time and change the imprints and implants that were created in you or in your client, or a third person. The best method is to go back just before the implant appears or a fingerprint is applied, caused by trauma, coercion, torture, or some other means. If removing the implant or fingerprint violates the soul's free will, in other words, if the soul wishes to keep the implant or fingerprint in order to learn a specific soul lesson, then the treatment will be unsuccessful. There are several types of implants and prints. Below we will describe a few of them. Physical implants. They are often inserted under the skin by qualified surgeons, in the case where the military is involved, or aliens, in the case of kidnappings. The purpose of physical implants is usually to track the soul. This can be useful in the case of medical care, but it is not nice in the case of tracking the location of people who have confidential information or conduct espionage activities. Of course, in a more sensational way, physical implants can be used to control or dominate a soul that has not yet learned to avoid mind control, hypnosis, and other surveillance mechanisms. The best way to correct the impact of physical implants is to go back to the time when they were inserted and perform a deactivation treatment to eliminate the impact of the implant. This can be achieved by installing a shield or energy barrier and reprogramming the part of the mind controlled by the implant. You may also need to forgive the creators of the implant and release any negative emotions associated with the injury. Astral implants. The astral plane is very close to the physical plane. The astral implant, although not actually physical, may seem quite real on a human level. There may be a sore spot on the body corresponding to the astral place. Astral implants are often inserted by astral entities into the astral body of the human soul. They may have been activated a long time ago, but there are still remnants of them that are carried over many lifetimes. Suppose, for example, that you participated in a war in the Orion system more than 100,000 years ago. When you were captured by enemy soldiers, they interrogated and tortured you, and then inserted an implant into your astral body. This implant left an impression that affected the part of the body where it was placed. You may have been healed several times since the initial experience, but there may still be residual energy structures around this part of your body. You can use the timeline correction to go back to the moment of the original experience and surround the area with a protective screen of golden light before, during, and after the implant is inserted. By forgiving those who gave you the implant, healing from past life trauma, and performing subsequent healing on your current physical self, this remnant is likely to disappear. Ethereal prints. Traumatic experiences of past lives, as well as injuries from this life, can leave a concentrated negative energy structure in the etheric body. An example of this is a throat problem in this life, due to the fact that a person was hanged or strangled in a previous life. You may have been punished for expressing your thoughts in a previous life, and this punishment left a mark on your throat chakra. Or you were stabbed in the stomach in a previous life, and now in this life you have a big stomach problem. Etheric imprints are usually not as localized as astral implants, but rather affect the entire body and the corresponding chakra. The healing method is similar to that of removing astral implants. Here, again, you go back to the moment just before the injury occurred, set up a golden light force field, engage the psychological and emotional healing techniques usually used to correct the timeline, and then perform a large amount of forgiving work. Effective etheric healing changes the electromagnetic structure of the physical body, and astral body, and can quickly eliminate chronic problems corresponding to the affected chakra. Options for applying reverse timeline correction. Mental projection through time and space. When you use the correction of the timeline to go to some place in space while remaining in the present tense, this is called mental projection or remote viewing. You've probably already done this hundreds of times without realizing it. Mental projection is different from memory and knowledge of remote locations, but it uses the same visualization processes. Many people don't believe they can visualize, but they are wrong. You can practice visualization by first using your memory and past knowledge of a remote location. As a rather fun example, you can hold a glass, maybe half filled with liquid, in front of your face, and then close your eyes and imagine that you can still see it. This will be a memory exercise at first, but eventually you can actually tune into the object and see it as it is, within the sphere of reflected light, rather than just remembering what it looks like. Strong clairvoyance could look beyond the reflected light into the energy matrix of an object and see that it is not solid at all, but composed of vibrating energy. There are specific exercises that you can perform in order to develop your clairvoyance. Repeatedly closing your eyes and visualizing objects is just one method. Convincing yourself that you see objects on the mind screen is another method. This book is not intended to teach you how to develop your psychic abilities. We recommend that you try different approaches and see what works best for you. You can easily check the accuracy of your perception through clairvoyance. For example, you can visualize yes or no on a mental screen for simple affirmative and negative answers to basic questions. Start by calibrating the method. Ask a question that you know the answer to and see how that answer appears on your screen. After you gain confidence in this technique, start asking questions that you don't know the answer to but can easily recognize. For example, is it raining right now in the capital of Spain, Madrid? And then, when the answer appears on your mental screen, you can look at the weather map and find out if you were right. You'll probably be right 60 to 80% of the time when you first start practicing. If you meditate before asking questions, your accuracy will be higher. Don't worry if something doesn't work out for you at first. This requires practice. Eventually, you'll be able to tell in advance when you're really clairvoyant, and when you're just guessing or using your memory. For example, if it's summer outside and you know that there hasn't been much rain in Madrid lately, then you might be tempted to say no from memory, rather than through clairvoyant tuning. Later in the process, you can imagine yourself traveling in your mental body to that place and seeing what is actually happening there. This is a correction of the timeline without the time element, a simple movement in space. Gaining knowledge from this life. Extracting exam answers, remembering the smallest details, etc. You can mentally project yourself back in time to an event or place where you gain specific knowledge. For example, if you're in your 4th year of college and you're taking the final exam, you can project yourself to your 1st year of school, when a professor was explaining the formula for the roots of a quadratic equation in math class. He wrote the formula clearly on the blackboard. You can reconnect to what was in that lecture and easily find the answer to an exam question, for example, which of these formulas is for the roots of a quadratic equation? And the choice here is rich. You might think, why should I worry about this when I can just ask my higher self for an answer? Yes, this is certainly possible, but many people who have been on the spiritual path for a long time still have difficulty getting direct answers from their higher self. If you have a well-developed visual imagination, then you can ask your higher self to simply illuminate with golden light, the correct answers on the exam. But in order to really absorb this information, it's best to go back to the moment and place where you first learned the answer. To be sure that you have the correct answer, you can use all 3 of these methods to extract knowledge. Ask the higher self for the answer itself, ask the higher self to highlight the correct option, and ask to go back in time. In addition, you can learn how to access the Akashic records. For example, the formula for the roots of a quadratic equation is bound to appear there in many situations. You can also use the timeline correction to remember where you put your car keys, a very practical application of this method. Ask your higher self to take you back to the moment and place where you last held your car keys before putting them somewhere, or accidentally dropping them. The best use of this method is to go back to your Satori experiences and manifest them in the present moment. You will not only be able to remember your periods of enlightenment, but also understand that enlightenment is taking place right now. You are intimately connected to every enlightened experience you have had as a human being, and your higher enlightened self exists right now and always. There are only 2 states of consciousness, waking and sleeping. None of these states changes the fact that you are eternally enlightened, but only one of them allows you to recognize this truth. You are either awake or asleep and dreaming of darkness, snuggled up in the arms of God. Remembering the times when you awoke briefly before falling back into sleep, you can realize the ultimate paradox: you can only be enlightened in this eternal now, and there is no other moment, so it is impossible not to be enlightened, even though you seem to be living in an illusion. Borrowing wisdom from other lives. Perhaps you were a priest or priestess in a previous life, and you wanted to remember the knowledge and wisdom gained at that time. Although everything is ultimately stored in the Akashic records and can be accessed at any time, it may be more appropriate to go back in time, connect with your past, and then upload information from that life to your current self. For example, if you have highly developed clairvoyance, then you can apply these abilities from this life to the I that you are in this life. If you have used a specific technique to awaken your clairvoyance, you can remember the details of this process and start to reawaken your vision. Getting information from your future self. You can travel to the future, access one or more of your possible or probable future selves, and accept information from them. For example, you have a future self that is a very successful timeline corrector, surrounded by many happy and satisfied customers. You can travel to the future, meet that future self, and gain the knowledge and wisdom you need to complete the time loop and recognize yourself as a successful timeline corrector. As mentioned earlier, you have a so-called optimal timeline. This timeline is best for the growth, happiness, and well-being of your soul. You can ask for a journey to the future self, which is the result of following your optimal timeline. Then you can connect with this future self and make it a spiritual mentor to your current self. Every time you have a decision to do this in linear time, you can ask your future self, what did you do when you came to this point on your journey? Borrowing wisdom from teachers in the past, present, or future. You can project yourself to any point in time and space, including the meeting places of great teachers from all teachings and fields of knowledge. The most enlightened souls welcome those who want to learn the secrets and mysteries of the universe. You can gain the knowledge and wisdom of these great teachers directly through telepathic transmission. Through intention, mentally project yourself onto a particular teacher for a certain period of time. Imagine meeting this teacher and connecting souls, and then receiving a transfer of knowledge and wisdom. Beings in higher dimensions constantly use this method of interaction. While knowledge belongs to everyone, respect for personal space and privacy is still important. The information received will be used by each receiving soul in new, very different ways. As you embrace the wisdom of a great teacher, ask him to become available to you in a way that will help your soul grow, be happy, and be well-being. There may be a partial mind merge with the teacher, or you can simply set the remote learning mode. If the teacher is truly enlightened, he or she will understand how best to help you when you contact him or her. Now we will return to more practical questions, a little off topic. How to work with difficult clients. Although we are only giving you a basic outline of the process of correcting a timeline, more detailed description is given in real training sessions. We will now give some general recommendations for therapists and healers who want to strengthen and improve their practice. You may be wondering why we even include this moment in a book about time. The techniques presented in this book are designed to significantly speed up the process of awakening to higher dimensions. In essence, we use techniques that use time to transcend time. If you choose to become a timeline corrector, you will encounter many souls trapped in a third or fourth density linear reality. What follows is not a tutorial on how to become a therapist, but it can help you along the way. Determine which methods are best suited for first-time clients, for example, psychotherapy and holistic treatment. Every time you set out to help your soul break free of the linear time traps in a lower dimension, you need to have a conversation with the client and get a clear idea of where the blocks are. How does this person perceive this problem? What possible solutions have he already tried out? How optimistic or pessimistic is your client? Correcting the timeline is a higher class therapy method. It's not for everyone. Some souls are simply not ready to go deep into the 6 lower bodies. The ego may not be prepared for its cherished worldview to be challenged. Use your intuition to understand which clients are ready to fix the timeline. If your initial conversation doesn't reveal the degree of readiness, ask your spiritual guides and higher self. Don't forget to establish a sensual connection with your energy body. The higher self communicates with you intuitively, giving you a strong, happy, bright feeling when the answer is positive, and a feeling of heaviness, fatigue, and boredom when the answer is negative. Ask the client to embrace, love, and accept your I in its current state. The difficulty here is self-deception. Although a person may convince himself or herself that he or she is ready to accept the circumstances, he or she may have an almost involuntary reaction of avoiding the unpleasant aspects of life. In the end, the client came to you in order to get rid of unwanted negative feedback. Auxiliary circuits. This is a big paradox. You must first fully accept what is there before you can make a significant difference. Ask the client to find something he or she likes about himself or herself. Help the person see their progress. Just because this soul is with you means that it is ready for treatment. Healing should be allowed to happen spontaneously, and it should not be forced or pushed. Help the client to trust the healing process. Give him/her exercises to radiate love and positive energy into the eye of the ego/personality/small child. Help the client change their self-image. Healing is not complete until there is a change in the self-image. The old self believes in poverty, limitation, scarcity, and disunity. The new self is aware that these are illusions. The new self places its hopes in divinity. Help this person see that every time the old self starts to reason and criticize itself, this is a signal to stop, take a breath and resort to affirmations. Our favorite auto-suggestion formula: I am a powerful, creative, spiritual being. Convince the client that this is true, that this is not just another belief system. Additional information about the use of breathing techniques. Breathing is one of the fastest ways to get rid of old emotions. As soon as a negative feeling occurs, it is time to perform several cycles of deep breathing. If you have learned the breathing technique, use it with your client. Make it a habit to start taking deep breaths whenever a difficult circumstance or situation occurs in your life. Rapid breathing tends to speed up the processing of emotions, but it also makes the experience more intense. When breathing fast, it may be harder to relax. Deep but slower breathing can help the client relax, but the healing process may be slower. We invite you to explore the processes associated with specific breathing techniques, such as rebirthing, primary therapy, holotropic breath work, fire breathing, Kriya Yoga, Kundalini Yoga, and others. Correcting the timeline with other healing techniques, combined with the application of healing hands. If you have a deep connection with your client, then touch can be extremely effective, as it helps the person relax and trust the process. Reiki and other hand-guided therapies can enhance and speed up the timeline ordering process. Students are encouraged to work with several healing techniques during the timeline correction training. Grounding, healing the aura and balancing the chakras. The purpose of grounding, healing the aura, and balancing the chakras is to remove negative energies from other souls, including astral entities, that may affect your energy field. The idea is to break free from the drama of duality inherent in the lower dimensions. In order to achieve this, you must regularly purge yourself of all negative emotions and forms of thinking. Purification of the etheric body, aura and chakras, is one of the elements supporting this process. Combined with the work of forgiveness and getting rid of karma. Real-time healing involves the complete and final forgiveness of all injuries from all past time periods. A Course in Miracles calls forgiveness the key to happiness. We agree with this. Along with the work of forgiveness, there is a cleansing of the karmic contracts and agreements of the soul. This healing belongs to the causal body or sixth level of being. Clearing karma means freeing yourself from the past. If you want to live in the eternal present, you must let go of all negative karmic contracts and soul agreements. The author offers special seminars designed to help you do this. Additional information about engaging spiritual mentors. You can call on your spiritual guides to help you heal the timelines. Use a standard spell by first invoking protection. I invoke the golden, radiant, loving light of God for full and complete protection on all levels and dimensions of my being. Then call upon your higher self. I call upon the power and glory of my higher self. Come, beloved higher self, and share with me my love, power, and wisdom. Express yourself through me as I am. Then reach out to your spiritual guides. I invoke the power and glory of my beloved spiritual guides. Come, dear beings of light. Come before me. Help me take the next step on my spiritual path. Ask your spiritual guides to help you remove all implants, imprints, and negative karmic patterns from your astral, etheric, and causal bodies. You can summon the Aksharians, the creators of the timeline correction technique, using the same technique described above. Combined with timeline correction meditation and other meditation techniques. Correcting the timeline is compatible with many guided meditations, including hypnotherapy, going back in time, and soul restoration work. You can embed the timeline correction structure in these and other techniques, or you can do the opposite, embed other techniques in the timeline correction structure. How to achieve this is taught by training at a higher level of complexity. Dispelling entities before, at, and after. A timeline correction. You can dispel objects that interfere with your well-being by using standard cleaning methods. However, there are cases of entities disappearing when they learn that healing is about to begin. In addition, if you go back in time to perform healing, you may encounter entities. You can dial the spatio-temporal coordinates of unwanted objects and delete them in real time. As long as you don't change the original dominant timeline to violate free will, you can go to any place on the space-time map and apply entity removal techniques there. If such removal violates the free will of the entities or those they interfere with, then healing simply won't work. We hope that this conversation has shown you the versatile nature of correcting the timeline and working with possible and probable timelines. Now let us fulfill our promise to devote more time to the topic of activation. Chapter I. Activating Alternative Services. Direct Times. In this chapter, we will look at some of the components of activation. The process of activating the timeline involves saturating the timeline with energy, strength, concentration, and intent. This is more than just a mental activity. It includes the ability to direct energy outward from the center of being. There are no idle thoughts. Everything you think, fantasize, or visualize has a certain degree of reality. This means that there is a certain energy on the possible timeline that reflects everything you are thinking about. Don't be intimidated by this thought. For the most part, what you imagine lacks the energy and cooperation to change the prevailing timeline. Many years ago, there was one popular exercise. When people had negative thoughts and got caught up in them, they immediately said, "Get out! Get out!" This exercise effectively blocks out many thoughts, although in order for it to block out negative thoughts most effectively, you must go deep into your subconscious mind. There is another well-known saying, "Be careful in your wishes, they can come true." This applies equally to positive and negative results. If there is something undesirable in your life, and this is primarily due to what you have created yourself, it means that there are probably hidden negative thoughts in your subconscious that lead to undesirable results. However, most of the thoughts that bring results in your life involve a lot of energy and intent, or they have been repeated hundreds of times over the years. For example, let's simplify the situation and say that you have two possible timelines, one where you are rich and the other where you are poor. Your dominant timeline will consist, on average, of your thoughts about wealth and poverty. If you believe that you should work and that by working hard you will be rich, this is the dominant thought in your subconscious mind, then you are likely to gain wealth and work hard in order to earn money and save it. So how do you actually activate the timeline? What is the energy process? Such a thing is hard to put into words, but we will try to do it. As you probably know, each person is an energy center or matrix of consciousness, embodying at least 6 levels, according to the model system of the author of this book. Prana, or life force energy, comes from the center of being, roughly equivalent to the heart and solar plexus in the human body. Each person is a broadcasting studio or lighthouse, although the quality of light can vary greatly. Imagine that in addition to the obvious electromagnetic radiation of the human aura, as well as the radiation of the astral, etheric, and causal energy fields of thin bodies, the energy matrix of the human soul is also transmitted both in time and in space. Although the intensity of the electromagnetic field around your body seems to decrease with distance, your aura does affect beings in a distant galaxy, although probably not sufficiently so that it is noticeable to most people. When you radiate your energy field outward from the center of your being, that radiation also rushes forward in time. You act not only on the dominant timeline of this world, but also on the dominant timelines of every person living in this world. In addition, you touch on the possible and probable realities, parallel time frames, of each person. Here is an obvious example. A man approaches you on the street. You feel the presence of this creature and begin to wonder if it is going to talk to you or ask you for something. You start imagining several possible realities. He will just say hello or ask for directions, or ask for money, etc. He may ignore you, but you are already part of his dominant timeline, because he sees you entering his reality. The quality and content of your consciousness can play a crucial role in what actually happens when you meet. If you have received a lot of attitudes and suggestions, such as be friendly and greet a stranger, then you are likely to create the likely reality of a pleasant conversation when this person passes by you, especially if they are programmed in the same way. In this situation, you can fairly accurately predict some of the future timelines. However, the amount of energy infused into a given timeline is not so obvious. A highly developed soul with a large amount of energy can strongly influence reality in order to achieve a certain result, while a few souls with a relatively low vibration can hardly influence the situation. There is no exact mathematical formula for how influential certain people are, but in general there are consistent perceptions. Some people can sell sand in the desert, one person remarked. They are so powerful and persuasive that they persuade many people to buy their products. On a human level, feeling the energy of the heart and solar plexus, a strong desire to show a certain result, learning various social and marketing skills, etc. are the keys to creating powerful external results. But in fact, the specific result is determined precisely by the state of consciousness. With clairvoyance, you can see energy patterns when they come from a very powerful person. When these structures mix with the energy structures of other souls, they either amplify or weaken many of the vibrations of each soul receiving energy. When you get together with a group of like-minded people with a high level of energy, you will be able to create a powerful probable reality, a strong potential timeline. Then it will interact with the space-time map as a highly activated thread in the fabric. This is the goal of the Mastermind Group 19. While some of these may seem obvious, there are many factors that are not so obvious, such as the influence of beings on the astral, etheric, and causal planes, spiritual guides, angels, archangels, and nature spirits. In addition, you have karmic agreements and contracts of various souls involved in the creation of the timeline. For example, some souls came to Earth to learn how to create financial wealth, while others want to learn about poverty. These preconceived energy schemes are constantly radiated out into the world as long as there is a karmic agreement, a contract. Many souls are heavily influenced by the trauma of childhood or negative programming they received during childhood or adolescence. If you've been stuffed with belief systems about the role of the victim, then you'll probably create a great victim experience on your dominant timeline. Someone else may live essentially in a parallel existence, experiencing almost the same roles and rituals, and yet they seem to have no experience of the role of victim, because they are instilled with different attitudes. Monozygotic twins may look similar in every way, but for the most part, each of them has an individual life experience. When dealing with karma, it is important to remain in a state of love and compassion and refrain from judging. A person who is constantly creating trouble, who is being punished for his sins, is not necessarily a bad person. And while you may notice a negative pattern in someone and see that drawing attention to that pattern can help them overcome the problem, that doesn't mean you should judge that person or decide that you know what's right for them. In part, this section of the book is intended to broaden your horizons about how and why people create what they do in their lives. We encourage you to appreciate the strong, creative drives that exist in everyone. Learn to resist the temptation to teach or heal everyone you meet. While there may be many souls to whom it is advisable to offer help, there will always be some that you should avoid. However, don't mistakenly conclude that the best answer to everything is to step aside. You may want to know why things are the way they are, but don't make the mistake of oversimplifying the answer with general statements, "This is their karma. They created this situation. That's their problem." You'd better ask yourself, am I playing a role in this drama? Is there anything I can do to be helpful in this situation? What is my highest option, optimal timeline, in relation to this situation? And while we don't recommend that you be obsessive about anything, sometimes the energy of obsession is useful for creating a reality that might otherwise seem difficult or hopeless. If Edison hadn't been obsessed with inventing the light bulb, would he have come up with it, or would he have just given up on it beforehand? There is a fine line between putting intense energy, concentration, and intention into something to saturate a possible timeline with a lot of energy, and obsessing or being impatient in trying to create something. The soul that never gives up trying to create something is usually driven by the desire to overcome a deep belief in lack and limitation. Excessive effort to create something indicates that there is a lot of doubt and fear hidden in you, and you are trying to convince yourself that you can actually create what you want. This energy of trying to get the universe to play by your rules can produce a number of limited results, but the end result will not be satisfactory. The opposite extreme is excessive dependence on the natural process of unfolding the universe. This is the belief that God will just drop something on your lap and you won't really need to do anything to make it happen. Although this may sometimes be a solution to an existing problem, you still do not understand what you are doing with God and what God is doing through you. The best way out is to learn the mechanics of the creative process, use visualization, autosuggestion, and harnessing strong feelings, state your intention, feel your intention, and then trust in the process of divine manifestation. It's like gardening. You must understand how to get the right seeds of the highest quality, must be able to water them, etc., so that your garden is good. However, you don't dig up seeds every day to make sure that they have sprouted. You believe that seeds planted at the right depth, in the right soil, and with the right watering will produce beautiful sprouts. You learn the process it. The fourth dimension, usually considered the dimension of time, is said to be a forge for the creator gods. At the same time, creativity, as it is understood in the world, depends on linear time, as in defining goals, making commitments, continuing to achieve these goals and commitments, etc. You are taught that the mind is the primary instrument of creation, and that simply changing your thoughts allows you to change external circumstances. And while this is generally true, it's not the whole picture. The power of God working through human souls is activated by balancing your energy body with your mental goals. In other words, the key is to create from the center of your being, not just from the mind. In most healing techniques, the center of nature is considered the heart chakra. However, we assume that you can embody power and creativity through the solar plexus chakra along with the heart chakra. One of the author's favorite sayings is, "What you focus on, you become." This is, in a sense, the highest law of the fourth dimension, the forge of creation. You, the learning gods, must learn to channel your energy and intent to create what you truly desire. Not only must you visualize and imagine your desired reality, but you must also saturate the likely timelines of your creation with the power and energy of your heart and solar plexus, and to some extent other chakras. Most human souls don't feel like powerful creators for a variety of reasons. In other words, you may wish for changes and hope for them, but the situation stubbornly does not change from year to year. What hinders creativity? This question has been explored in previous books, but let's update the list of these blocks and focus on other points this time. The first, and probably most obvious, block is not understanding what exactly you want to achieve. The vast majority of the author's clients in this book want to understand their life purpose and mission. If you don't care about what you create, then it's likely that you won't put a lot of energy and intent into shaping it. Let's say, for example, that you go to a job that you don't really like, explaining your position by saying that you need money and that you can't earn the same amount anywhere else, etc. Of course, this is a limiting belief, but it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy 2021, because you just go with the flow, not live to the fullest. Your strength and energy levels are dropping, and you're jeopardizing your life's purpose. There is an internal conflict between the part of you that wants to follow your true path, and the part of you that is afraid to leave a comfortable job with guaranteed earnings. Of course, failure to follow, or understand, your purpose and mission is closely related to the main negative belief systems that were laid down in you from an early age, and from past lives. Remember that they include such things as "I'm not good enough," "I'm not worthy," "there's something wrong with me," etc. Perhaps the biggest negative thing about creativity is the "I don't have the strength" attitude. This is directly related to the belief in your separate existence from God. Therefore, your main task is to get rid of this false belief. Because your subconscious mind takes everything literally, all you have to do is convince it that you are one with God, and live as if it were true, since it really is. This is the only time when it makes sense to listen to the advice from Hollywood pretend until it becomes true. 22. Of course, when you reprogram your subconscious mind, using various reprogramming techniques, anything that conflicts with your understanding of oneness with God will rise to the surface of your mind to go away. You may find that you are angry with God and that you have an investment in failure, as crazy as it sounds. There are other belief systems that may prevent you from becoming a powerful creator. One of these beliefs is that you can lose the love of those most dear to you if you become too powerful. You may have received love and care when you failed. Perhaps your parents helped you, and you identified their help with love. Many young people, having just left their home, face financial difficulties that go beyond their expectations in the first years of adult life. And although there is no rational justification for what follows, you will still feel loved when you receive a check from your parents. Closely related to the above is the sense of responsibility that comes with success in society. Even if you are not chasing money, you probably still have the concept of success and the responsibility that comes with it. As you gain skills and authority in your profession, other people can expect a certain level of performance from you. You already have an image that needs to be maintained. Instead of saturating your desired timeline with positive energy and enthusiasm, you are distracted by worrying about how you can win the approval of others or how you can avoid losing your status, success rate. Perhaps you spend a lot of time analyzing your investments and strategies to increase your income, instead of focusing on your creativity. In order to start a successful business, it usually takes a lot of time and effort. Even if you effectively delegate responsibilities, a significant part of the work is performed by responsible employees. When you think about what you want to achieve, the fear of becoming too successful and not having enough time for yourself and your loved ones can interfere with your creativity. So, let's concretize the reasons why the creator gods on earth, human souls, fail to effectively activate the possible and probable timelines. 1. Fear of your own power and the responsibility that comes with it. This is an understandable fear, because we see how certain souls on earth, in particular, those who perceive themselves as powerful, controlling the planet, abuse their power in order to control people, manipulate them, often with complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. As mentioned above, this is a false force. A being who has truly realized its power does not need to oppress or enslave anyone, nor does it need to build a powerful army to defend the many beliefs, or control society through a banking system that elevates some at the expense of many, etc. 2. Long-lasting belief systems, according to which you are a helpless, powerless person. We have repeated above some of the basic negative beliefs that were explored in earlier books. All of these beliefs stem from the idea that we are separate from God. This is a false perception that arises from identification with the material form, and the material world. The belief in powerlessness takes many forms and is already deeply rooted in the subconscious of almost every person on earth. Overcoming this belief requires constant, continuous re-education and reprogramming. 3. Constant distraction due to family, friends, and community. When we're busy working on ourselves, it feels like everyone wants to distract us. Suddenly there are difficult situations, some relatives appear out of nowhere in our city, there are accidents and illnesses. One part of it is a resistance on the part of the soul to keep us in comfortable, familiar mental territory, and the other part is just a manifestation of the drama of life. We have spent quite a lot of time discussing resistance and the many forms in which it manifests itself. Learn to recognize these many forms before you master your entire nature. Learn to say no to those who will monopolize your time. Set up a strong intention and stick to your promises and priorities. Be able to deal with your fears about success. 4. Feeling guilty about being more successful than your parents and/or siblings. For some souls, the atmosphere in the family is steeped in parental jealousy or envy. Even though parents often state how much they want their children to succeed, and they do want them to on many levels, they often have immature reactions when their child is too successful. They may arise from the fear that a successful child will be so reveled in their success that they will stop spending time with dear old mom or something like that. Then the family will seem too ordinary to this great and successful son or daughter. The reverse side of parental jealousy is a sense of guilt on the part of a successful child. Sometimes guilt takes the form of sending a significant share of your income to family members who are not so lucky, or the form of downplaying your success during family holidays. I've been told you're now the CEO of some big company, my father says. Oh, no, it's nothing, just words, the son replies. And while this type of success doesn't have much to do with activating timelines, it does show one of the patterns that keep us stuck in the old ideas of powerlessness. 5. Inability to concentrate, reflect, and meditate. There can be many reasons for this, including lack of adequate sleep, poor diet, distraction, detailed above, and poor physical habits such as poor posture, etc. You can't force yourself to meditate. Trying to calm the mind almost doesn't work. Start by being aware of your inattentiveness and anxiety. Don't be afraid, stay a bystander. Track how your distraction starts. Pay attention to how you distract yourself from the present moment and follow the distracting thought or feeling. Although we are often taught to focus like elementary and middle school students, the methods used are often based on strict discipline, the desire to make the mind obey. Discipline is considered a necessary evil to be feared and avoided if possible. When we learn to remove barriers to radiating powerful energy from the center of being, we will finally learn to use the unlimited resources of God within. How do we activate our possible and probable timelines? First, we must clearly state our intention by making a statement about our goal or mission. What do we intend to create? What is our goal and mission? Second, we need to know that we have the ability to create what we truly desire. We need to reprogram all the major negative beliefs in the subconscious mind. We need to frequently remind ourselves that we are powerful, creative, and intelligent spiritual beings. Third, we must eliminate distractions. Providing space for meditation, blocking out a period of linear time to work on vision, and refusing to become a participant in the dramas of others are some of the ways to achieve this. Then we must put our energy and attention into the heart and solar plexus. We will use the mind as part of the equation, but it is not the dominant factor. We need to feel and realize that we are creating exactly what we really want. We radiate this powerful energy into the ether from the heart and solar plexus. Then this energy flows into the timeline, which we want to make dominant. Basically, we move from our current dominant timeline to the probable timeline of our choice. When we activate this probable timeline, our energy goes to its realization. Focusing on the center of our energy body helps us bypass the ego's mechanism of doubt and fear. It's easy to say what we intend to do, but it's harder to actually do it. Centering in the heart and solar plexus makes it much easier to jump into action. Of course, action alone is not enough. This should be a concentrated response, not just active work. Quality is more important than quantity. It is wrong to spend 10 hours a day working on your understanding if you have poor work skills or don't listen to the advice of your higher self. Ask your higher self to help you. Imagine a golden, radiant, loving light radiating directly from the heart of God into the crown chakra. Ask your higher self to help you shape your understanding. Eventually you will realize that you are your higher self and that there is no separation between you and your true being in the higher realms. Through you, your higher self will activate the likely timeline and make it dominant. This is how you demonstrate your ability as a conscious creator. Saturating the self with prana, or life force energy, and then directing that energy outward into the world is another way of describing the activation of parallel lines of time. Raising your vibration level, expanding your consciousness or increasing your awareness, helps you stay at a higher level of creative energy. In effect, you can focus and channel more energy into the project. Finally, you can ask your higher self to put you on the optimal timeline for your soul's growth, happiness, and well-being. There are an infinite number of possible timelines, but only one of them increases to the limit all the qualities and properties that you want to manifest. You can ask that each decision you make be the best possible one when you move to the optimal timeline. 10-point summary on how to increase vibration and gain strength in real-time activation. Here are the main criteria for forming a powerful creator on Earth. 1. Raise your vibration level. The higher this level, the more powerful your creativity. 2. Replace negative thoughts with positive, creative thoughts in your subconscious mind. 3. Be grounded and present in the physical body. 4. Consciously direct energy outward from the heart and solar plexus. 5. Visualize and speak affirmations about your expected results. 6. Be clearly aware of your connection to your higher self, spiritual guides, and God's presence. 7. Recognize the extent of positive and negative programming and conditioning from earlier stages of your life. For example, you have very creative parents who encouraged you to do research, and benefit from it. 8. Be persistent and consistent in implementing your intentions, plans, goals and objectives. 9. Learn and use your communication skills, social standing, business and marketing skills. 10. Surround yourself with successful people who carry out their projects and programs. So far, we have talked about the state of consciousness required to activate possible and probable timelines. Now let's look at the collective energies and their ability to influence different timelines. Group collaboration and real-time group activation. The mastermind process is a method used by small groups, including corporate boards of directors, trustees, and board members of various organizations, church and meditation groups, etc. The mastermind process is designed to enhance and increase the creative energy of individual and group projects. The mastermind group receives information from each of its members individually on the topic of personal goals. For example, Ben wants to start a healing practice, and Sarah wants to start a successful home delivery business. There are 8 people in their mastermind group. Each person expresses their personal desires, goals, and opinions to the entire group. Then each member of the group recites affirmations, visualizes, and prays for the individual members. For example, all 8 people will reflect on Ben's commitment to a successful healing practice, imagine his success, and proclaim affirmations that Ben's success is guaranteed. Then everyone's attention will shift to Sarah, etc. Typically, a mastermind group meets once a week to share their successes and challenges, and each day between meetings, members of this group go into meditation and silently visualize and say affirmations for each participant. A group of several people visualizing and saying affirmations for you significantly increases the energy that flows into your likely timeline. You can't use simple math to determine how much energy is spent on a particular result. As stated above, many factors determine how powerful the creative drive will be when it comes to manifestation. However, it is safe to say that if your mastermind group is focused and ready to help each of its members, then If 8 people recite affirmations for you, they will increase the energy invested in your project by at least 8 times or, quite likely, even much more. Of course, it's important to weed out any participants who secretly want you to fail, or who have a victim consciousness or defeatist mentality expressed. When creating a mastermind group, invite people to join it carefully. Don't share your intentions with souls who don't support you or play devil's advocate. They may have good intentions, but their presence is toxic to your creativity. Of course, collective timelines, which have hundreds, thousands, or even millions of members, are the most powerful because of their ability to move probable timelines into the dominant timeline. For example, praying for world peace is not just a silly metaphysical exercise. If 1 million people around the world visualize world peace in the hope of finding it, it changes a lot, especially if the probability of a world war is about 50%, as it was at the time of writing this text. It is likely that thanks to such groups meditating for world peace, the world war has not yet broken out, at the time of writing this text. Although it is a bad idea to try to impose your will on other people, your presence alone can be enough to shift the balance of power from evil to good, as these terms are usually defined. It's infinitely more desirable to set a better lifestyle example than to try to get someone to stick to your standards. Radiating powerful energy from your heart and solar plexus to the world will do more to achieve world peace than joining humanitarian organizations, although it may also be a good idea. Using this example, you should of course remove any negative thoughts and feelings from your being so as not to pollute your intentions. Praying for world peace while harboring intense anger towards tyrants and dictators will significantly reduce your effectiveness. Mixed energies sent to probable timelines can produce unpredictable results. In some cases, such thoughts can simply slow down the process of manifestation, and in others they can reverse intentions and bring a negative result. Remember that if you want to know what is in the entirety of your consciousness, then you need to look around your entire life. Your life will reflect what is in your mind. And while that's true, it's not the whole story. The world you see is a combination of your own state of consciousness mixed with the collective consciousness of humanity. If you are a clairvoyant, you can see a map of time and space and observe how the energies emanating from human souls illuminate or reduce various possible and probable timelines. This is how spiritual guides in the higher realms are able to anticipate the likely future of humanity. They can literally see, feel, and know how much positive energy is pouring into a particular reality, and how much negative energy is opposing it. By assessing the state of consciousness of humanity, they can make fairly accurate predictions about the future of our world. Your vibration level determines your activation power. The degree of force you can radiate out into the universe depends on your overall vibration level. This is not a linear scale. For example, a person who vibrates at 5.0 does not have 25% more creative energy than someone who vibrates at 4.0, and a person who vibrates at 6.0 does not have 50% more creative energy than someone who vibrates at 4.0. The scale is exponential, accelerated, and in some cases logarithmic, significantly accelerated. As an example of an exponential scale, we will give a person vibrating at 4.0 who has 1 unit of creative power, whereas a person vibrating at 5.0 can have 10 units of creative power, and a person vibrating at 6.0 can have 100 units of creative power, etc. On a logarithmic scale, this effect would be even more significant. If a person has 1 unit per 4.0, then a person has 5.0 to 32 units, and a person has 6.0 to 1440 units, etc. It has been estimated that if souls that vibrate at 3.62, the average consciousness of people on Earth at the time of writing this book, have 1 unit of creative power, then souls that vibrate at 6.00 have about 1,000 times more creative power. Imagine what 100 souls with an average vibration of 6.00 could do to activate the collective timelines. They would have 10 million times more energy than the average person. Actual numbers are, of course, very difficult to come by, especially since the vibration of souls varies from day to day and from hour to hour. As an individual soul, you can maintain your vibration, clear your mind and emotions, get rid of your core negative beliefs, and focus your energy from the center of your being to the world. Be aware of and express your intention that what you want is already being done. Align the various levels of your being with your higher self. Imagine how the probable timeline you are working with merges with the dominant timeline. Join a mastermind group or create your own such group. Imagine that the timeline you are working with stretches out in front of you like a highway. See how your creative power pours out from the center of your being and lights up the highway. This pathway glows brighter with each breath. Feel this path with all your being. You are the path. You are one with the creative force that activates this path. Frequency barrier and its effect on the activation of the timeline. As you probably know, there is a negative psychic field in the Earth that is held in place by the frequency barrage surrounding our planet. This barrier makes psychic and telepathic communication very difficult for most souls, and seems to absorb most of the power and energy that is channeled by souls with the intention of influencing the prevailing timeline. In addition, the active activity of the so-called dark forces prevents the servants of light from achieving results on Earth. Many teachers and healers have struggled in recent years to complete their tasks and stay clear mentally and emotionally. And while most of this is simply because more levels of negativity need to be healed, the old patterns and structures seem very solid at times and are unwilling to give in to new, fresh energies. Despite the fact that the Earth is growing rapidly in vibration and has been doing so for several decades, it often seems as if the rate of change is slowing down. Most prophets and seers continue to predict faster rates of change than those that actually occur in linear time frames. Thought forms and beliefs are very strong, and there are many souls attached to the current version of the dominant timeline, or at least the seemingly stable parts of it. This devotion to the formed picture of the world does not bring results, and yet it manages to slow down the predicted changes. Often, seers and visionaries are disappointed when something doesn't happen on the originally predicted timeline, and accuse themselves of being too optimistic or pessimistic, depending on the type of prophecy. Others immediately say that an unfulfilled prophecy is successful if it is negative, because precautions were taken to take into account the prediction of the catastrophe, so it did not happen as it was assumed. While these apparent imbalances are partly true, the more important problem is that billions of souls believe in the immutable reality of the physical plane, as well as in its convenience, safety, and predictable behavior, Newtonian physics. Often, souls complain that it takes a long time to heal from certain negative mental and emotional circuits, without realizing that they have been trapped in these negative circuits for thousands of years. These days, in just 20 or 30 years, many of them are released from the frequency barrier and, if it takes a few extra years, become impatient. As souls awaken, they begin to remember worlds where they can control the elements, communicate telepathically, and provide themselves and their families with a life of leisure and prosperity. Then they look at the Earth with its seemingly endless wars, poverty, sorrows, and misery, and feel like losers because they can't stop it almost instantly. Some countries on Earth must experience what appears to be a terrible collapse before they can reappear in the new world. This is the meaning of the phoenix rising from the ashes. The economic and political systems on Earth are almost completely opposed to enlightened attitudes. In other words, they are designed to suppress genuinely revolutionary ideas and reward those who adhere to the old-school attitude of domination and control. It is simply impossible to form a smooth transition from the unenlightened and merciless world of capitalism or communism to an enlightened system that brings light and prosperity to all people. Even the Titanic did not sink immediately. Huge empires such as the United States are slowly crumbling at first, and then gaining speed as the frequency of the Earth increases. This is necessary because the country is in such an extreme state of instability that destruction and resurrection are probably the fastest path to enlightenment. It doesn't matter which political party you support in the old structure. As a sociologist once said, changing political parties is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. The main focus of this conversation should be on the point that when so many people become attached to the status quo, change should start slowly and then accelerate over several decades. You are in this period of acceleration. At first, it may seem that you still can't really influence the prevailing timeline, and in a sense, you can. However, don't let your appearance fool you. You are much stronger than you think. Your presence on Earth has already significantly changed the course of history. From a higher point of view, this is how it should be. You are exactly where you should be, and you are doing exactly what you need to do right now. The more you affirm the truth that you are a powerful, creative, spiritual being and realize that you are ultimately the master of time and space, the faster you will realize this truth in the world. Maybe it will take 35 years, of which 30 years have already passed. In the end, you will find a balance in favor of your creative power. It seems that some souls need to break through the bottom in complete despair before the situation changes dramatically. This is due to ego resistance. The ego is used to feeling powerless, and it constantly projects these feelings when you try to change the prevailing timeline. You can never be powerless. It's impossible. However, your belief in powerlessness is very strong and seems to block your attempts to activate the desired timeline. No matter how bleak the situation looks, given the prospect of a Third World War, irreparable environmental damage, and ongoing grief and suffering, remember that you are strong beings and have the ability to make big changes. Many souls need to go through what they see as hopeless circumstances, through the dark night of the soul, before entering the new world. Continue to visualize, recite affirmations, and experience the reality you intend to create. Know that no matter what appears in front of you, the creation of your new timeline is in progress, unless it clearly violates the free will of other souls. Be prepared to make a mistake about something. Be prepared to reconsider your approaches. Be flexible. Embrace new ideas and new ways of creating. You will be provided with everything you need to activate the new timeline. This may not happen in the form that the ego is aware of, but the phrase "ask and you will receive, seek and you will find, knock and it will be opened to you" is just as true as in the past. Learn the ways in which you ask and receive. Ask from the depths of your being and become silent in order to get answers. Feel these responses. Don't rely solely on your own mind. Move to the center of your being. Be the bright beacon that you already are, and remember that lighthouses are not built in safe places. Channeling number 9, a message from the founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. This message will be brief and entirely relevant. Never, not for a single moment, believe that the power and presence of God is not within you. Remember the statement of truth: with God, all things are possible. Anything is possible with you. As Lord Sananda has pointed out several times, there is only one problem in the entire creation, although it takes many forms. This problem is the belief in disunity. Since your beliefs are so strong, you can create something different from the original plan of creation. You can create division in this unified kingdom of God. That's how strong you are. But even with all the strength of your beliefs, you will not be able to change the immutable and eternal aspect of God. So when you put up protective barriers against the light of truth, that light continues to shine relentlessly, hardly realizing that a tiny part of it has rebelled against a larger part of itself. This is the biggest paradox. In truth, you can't separate yourself, no matter how fervently you believe otherwise. This is your salvation. This is similar to the undo function in a text editor, except that we are talking about your life, in which you are creating alongside God. This lower dimensional sphere of Maya that you find in yourself can be erased and undone. Like the sun, truth continues to shine no matter where your consciousness is. Dark clouds, fog, rain, snow, etc. do not reduce the brightness of the sun in any way. If it is night, it only means that the earth is temporarily moving away from the Sunday. Again, nighttime does not reduce the power of the sun in any way. Your dark night of the soul, which keeps you in fear and doubt, has no meaning for the eternal, unchanging love of God. When you realize these truths, you will regain your rightful place as a powerful child of infinity. We, the founders, walk with you as you awaken to the truth that all is one, all is full of peace and perfection. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 12. Time Management. Here are some other practical applications of the ideas presented in this book. Efficient use of linear time. There can hardly be anything more practical than learning how to manage your time effectively. Although this is largely irrelevant to the more abstract and elevated ideas presented in this book, it is nevertheless useful to master the art of linear time management. No matter how fast or slow you think, time passes, and a significant part of the world still relies on clocks and calendars. It is best to have a clear idea of how you want to spend your linear time, and avoid wasting time. The idea of wasting time is ultimately an illusion, but as long as you live in a world of illusions, it's good to learn how to manage time effectively. What is the secret to effective time management? Does this mean that you need to strictly adhere to a strict schedule and structure in your life? It doesn't sound very interesting or attractive. Sooner or later, a person with a strict schedule will rise, if not openly, then secretly, in the subconscious. Something will suddenly or gradually interfere with your tight schedule, breaking it at every step. When you clearly state your goal and mission and are determined to fulfill it, you will undoubtedly encounter resistance from those parts of you that do not want to change, or who feel that they do not know how to change. Resistance and bad habits are the biggest obstacles to effective use of linear time. Let's take a look at the time controls. Find out your purpose and mission in life. Create priorities. Understand what is most and least important to you. Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies. Be aware of the nature of distractions. Overcome your resistance to change. Deal with your fears of success and failure. Respect your commitments and persevere. Reward yourself for your achievements. Find out your purpose and mission in life. The main question of clients when they come to consult the author of this book is about the purpose and mission. This is also the number one issue when creating a business or organization. Without a strong sense of purpose and mission, it is almost impossible to succeed in any large enterprise. Even if it feels like something is falling into your hands, it was first intended by a deeper or higher part of yourself, otherwise you would not have been attracted to situations and events in which you were lucky. And although it may seem like there are accidents, it is still an illusion. You can achieve a lot without consciously making excessive efforts to achieve the goal. In other words, you may have a strong inner sense of what you want, but you are not aware of it in your daily life. Looking back at your call to life, you can see that almost every seemingly random event had its own guiding force. In any case, the mind needs to do something. It is not enough to spend every day doing nothing but meditation, unless you are a yogi living high in the mountains. The mind can be made to work in such a way that it interacts with other parts of you, rather than constantly distracting you with worries and problems that may not correspond to what you want to achieve. Therefore, you can use the technique of connecting to a future timeline, which was briefly described earlier in this book, to focus on what you intend to create. What if you have no idea what exactly you want to do with your life? Sometimes people in their 50s, 60s, and even 70s may not know their purpose in life. Earlier, we gave a short version of this technique. Now let's take a closer look at it. Technique for determining the purpose of your life. It's really very simple. What brings you the greatest joy in your life? What helps you feel most fulfilled? Stop being practical for a moment. Don't worry about how intelligent you are. Just focus on your favorite treats. Then take it a step further. Ask yourself the ultimate goal question: if I had unlimited time, money, energy, and talent, what would I do with my life? Here are 4 things that people use as excuses for not moving toward their goal. They think they don't have enough time, money, energy, and talent. The first excuse, lack of time, will be discussed below. Other excuses can and have been overcome by many very successful people. How many stories have you heard about souls who faced seemingly insurmountable challenges, such as poverty, lack of money, illness, lack of energy, and growing up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, lack of opportunities to acquire skills and develop talents, but then achieved something important? Of course, it is easier for you if you are born with money, have strong physical health and received a high-quality education in childhood and adolescence. But it doesn't really matter in your life circumstances, because what really matters is who you are. Every soul is born into this life with a purpose. It may not correspond to what society considers a useful means of expression. As long as you adopt the viewpoints of your family, friends, and the world, you will probably be stifling your true desires in favor of something practical. This doesn't mean that everyone who wants to become an artist has to quit their job and spend every minute painting. The author believes that there may be means to achieve the goal, that is, activities that are not directly related to the goal and mission, but which become necessary on the way, at the preparatory stage of expressing your true desires. The author has spent many years doing work that was not directly related to his goal and mission, offering his healing and counseling services as a side job. Then, at a certain point, he received instructions that it was time to do his job full-time, and all the circumstances helped to realize this idea. So, let's look at the technique of determining the business of your life. 1. Write down, or type in, whatever you like best about your life. Don't censor this list or make it practical. You can have such items as listen to music or spend time with friends. Put them in the list. See if you can fill out the entire page. At first, you may think that you don't like a lot of things in your life, but you will soon find that you like a lot more things than you initially thought. 2. Select 1, 2, or at least 3 items from this list and place them at the top of the next page. Now make a list of all the possible ways you could do this. The idea is to fill the entire page with possible activities related to your life's work. Then choose the one you like best. If you imagine yourself doing this business year after year, how do you feel during visualization? If you feel light, joy, clarity, energy, and peace of mind at the same time, then this path is the right one for you. 1. Once you have identified your right path, you become practical and list the steps needed to succeed in the cause you love. Is it hard to succeed by doing what you love? Yes, it is possible. But it won't be hard work, because you do what you love, even if you have to raise the business 60 hours a week for 2 or 3 years. Create priorities. Understand what is most and least important to you. You may have different task lists at different stages of your life. Will all of your lists be implemented? The answer is almost certainly no. But if you set a priority, the most important tasks will be completed. There are 168 hours in a week. Many people work 40 hours at a time. If you add lunch and break times, you can get 50 or more hours. However, there are still 118 hours left. Let's include time for sleep, with pre- and post-sleep rituals like getting ready, showering, shaving, makeup, etc., maybe 6 hours of actual sleep plus 1 hour of preparation, or 49 hours per week. That leaves 69 hours. What about the food? Let's subtract 14 hours per week, not including social obligations related to dinner, etc. Now we have 55 hours. These 55 hours include spiritual practice, time for family, games and recreation, training, exercise, social commitments and entertainment, and possibly time to start a different business than the one you are currently doing. If you prioritize and highlight these activities, then you need to determine how long it will take to practice them or participate in the most important ones. Here is an example. 1. Family time, 15 hours. 2. Spiritual practice, 14 hours. 3. Building a second business, 14 hours. 4. Games and recreation, training, exercises, 7 hours. 5. Social commitments and entertainment, 5 hours. This is a general guide. Your priorities are likely to differ from those of this hypothetical person. What can you say about flexibility? It is important not to stick too rigidly to your weekly schedule. Moreover, unexpected events may occur, such as illness, accident, unexpected visits from relatives, one-time events like weddings, funerals, etc., not to mention travel time. As for travel time, it is not uncommon for many activities in your schedule to be carried out while on the road. However, some things may be harder to do, or require more time, when you're not at home, like working out at the gym or going out for dinner. If you travel a lot, you may need 2 schedules, one when you're at home and the other when you're on the road. The idea here is not to lock yourself into a daily routine that quickly becomes boring and lifeless. In any case, it is very difficult to make excuses when you plan your 168 hours in much the same way as in the chart above. It would be helpful to observe your current lifestyle and see if you can determine what you are spending your 168 hours on. If you spend 40 hours a week at your regular job, but realize that you spend 20 hours a week commuting to and from work, then it may be time to re-evaluate your priorities. You took this job because you were well paid for it, but your workplace was located in an expensive part of the city, so you added 2 more hours and rented a cheaper apartment to save money. How much is your time worth? 10 extra hours for commuting to and from work may not seem like a huge number, but that's about 500 hours a year that can be spent getting something done. Listening to self-improvement courses while commuting to and from work or using a hands-free phone system when you're driving to pick up your second business may be beneficial, but you also have the stress of a long commute in heavy traffic. Let's look at another example. Al meticulously described his 168 hours. Sleep, shower, shave, etc., 60 hours. Work I don't like, 52 hours. Meals, this includes meals outside the workplace, once a day, 20 hours. Socializing and entertainment, 20 hours. Commute, 16 hours. Please note that poor Al doesn't have time for spiritual practice, exercise, or working on his alternative business. What about the family? Maybe he's lonely, but that's not a fact. If he has a family, then soon he will have such a schedule. So, what should I do to save his marriage, and his soul? They should start by looking at their priorities. Apparently, he sleeps about 8 hours a day, which may be his optimal level, but it may not be true. He could try experimenting with 7 hours of sleep a day and see if his energy levels are rising, falling, or staying the same. If his energy level rises or stays the same, then he has just saved 7 hours. He doesn't like his job. These 52 hours a week, he works either all day or 6 days a week with a few overtime hours. Is it worth it? Can they find a job somewhere else where they don't need to spend so much time? What about commuting? That's about 3 hours a day, round trip. Is it worth getting a slightly cheaper home in a remote suburb? If he had found a job closer to home and worked 40 hours a week, with 5 hours commuting, he would have saved 27 hours. Al spends a lot of time eating and socializing. He probably enjoys it, and then complains that he doesn't have enough time for family, spiritual practice, and his second business. Breakfast can take half an hour, lunch half an hour, and dinner, including its preparation, 1 hour. These 14 hours per week will amount to a savings of 6 hours. What about socializing and entertainment? 20 hours a week is a lot. If he goes out on Fridays and Saturdays, and gathers friends on Sunday afternoons, it can be about 12 hours, and he will have enough time to have fun. Savings, 8 hours. This means a total savings of 48 hours per week, enough time to spend with your family, meditate, and work on your business. Or he could work twice a week, 2 hours each time, for a total of 4 hours, which would give him 44 hours to devote to his family, God, and doing his second business. Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies. One of the biggest obstacles to effective time management is addictive behaviors and addictions. This book is not written to analyze, prescribe, or otherwise delve into the subject of addiction. There are various treatment methods offered by this and other authors dealing with these problems. This topic is included here to show how it affects the way you manage your time. There are several ways that bad habits prevent you from managing your time effectively in one way or another. It takes some time for bad habits to develop. It also takes time to make money and spend it on bad habits. There are side effects from bad habits. For example, it takes time to overcome a hangover after excessive alcohol consumption. When it comes to time management, the worst thing is not substance addiction, but excuses. Failure is a habit. The expectation of failure is a habitual reaction of a mind addicted to failure. Why do people get attached to failure? In some families, a child can only receive love when they have problems. If you're one of those kids, you might equate failure with getting love and attention from your parents. And while this may seem counterintuitive to a rational mind, emotions usually defy logic. If you are constantly hurting yourself by taking useless actions that lead you away from your goal and mission, then you may be prone to failure. Some therapies say that you can take revenge on your parents for raising and educating you in vain. This is called failing to settle a score. This is a pun, in case you haven't noticed. Having failed in life, you even got even with your own parents for what they, in your opinion, invested in you in vain. Many bad habits are designed to protect you from your emotions, especially negative ones. You have accumulated a lot of sadness and anger since childhood, and you don't want to experience feelings, so you spend a lot of time at parties and avoid dealing with the harsh aspects of life. You spend 4 or 5 hours sitting in a bar at night or on a yacht all weekend, instead of working on yourself and doing your spiritual practice. When Monday morning arrives and you haven't worked on yourself or your projects, you blame yourself, feel guilty, and scold yourself, which is also a bad habit. You are giving yourself the love that you used to get from your parents every time you failed. Now you don't hear the words of your parents, "Poor little Al. It's so hard for him. You need to kiss him, he will get better," but you say something similar to yourself, only in different words. Habits can easily become bad. They may have started innocently, for example, you were drinking with your friends in college, but soon enough you started making a habit of drinking a couple of beers after work before doing anything else. You may not be physically dependent on beer yet, but you are already used to drinking 2 bottles of beer before dinner. The habit of learning poorly is another enemy of good time management. Discipline does not require a rigid commitment to draconian drill, depriving yourself of entertainment and constantly pushing yourself to work. A good learning mode involves taking frequent breaks to clear your mind, especially when you're too caught up in a topic. Mental discipline can begin with meditation. It is difficult to discipline the mind at first. It's like trying not to think about the pink elephant. The more you resist and try to force the mind to remain calm, the more it rebels. Therefore, a dictatorial approach to discipline rarely works. We naturally rebel against this method. If you observe how you spend your time without judgment, and find many wasted hours and days due to your addictions and bad habits, then first learn to be aware of the moment in which you plunged into destructive behavior. If you smoke, pay attention to how you hold the cigarette and how you feel when you inhale. Observe your feelings before, during, and after smoking. Do you smoke more than just to meet your body's nicotine needs? Do you hide negative feelings in this way? Is this a habit you picked up from your social circle, from smokers? Don't judge yourself. Just pay attention to the harmful behavior and make a deep and firm commitment to end it. We suggest that you find a good therapist and spiritual practice to make it easier for you to get rid of destructive behavior and bad habits. Be aware of the nature of distractions. Getting rid of bad habits and addictions is usually not enough to achieve balance in terms of time use. There are so many distractions that we wouldn't be able to list them all here. If you have a family, small children, then you will need to set aside a lot of time in your schedule in order to be with them. In the past, souls had to choose between family, business, and spiritual life. They couldn't have all 3 of these areas of life. The elders of the society recognized the extreme difficulty of focusing on work and spirituality when raising a family. Therefore, in many cultures, spiritual life began after you raised your children and set up your business. However, these days many people are asked to spin between all 3 of these areas. It's difficult, no matter what you do or where you live. If you have a lot of money, it may seem easier to hire a babysitter and guardian for your children, but you will have to pay something more important than money, as you will lose contact with them. If you have a personal space and the opportunity to sometimes get rid of children, for example, your husband and other relatives help you, then you can set aside time for work and have spiritual practice. If your children sleep well at night, then you can meditate early in the morning, before they wake up, and do your own work late at night after they fall asleep. Of course, you still need to find time for an intimate life with your life partner. If you're providing for a family, expect something unexpected. If you don't have a plan for how to deal with unexpected illnesses, accidents, and other problems, it's time to start putting it together. Be flexible. Don't insist on 20 hours a week for a second business or 20 hours for meditation if you have small children, because this option won't work. If you manage to carve out that much time in another week, that's great, but don't expect to be so lucky every week. Television is the main form of entertainment in most families. According to the author, there are very few worthwhile TV programs in the world, so it is better not to turn on the TV at all. However, with the advent of video streaming services such as Yashis and Adagop, you have the opportunity to remove commercials and carefully select programs that raise your mood, broaden your horizons and benefit your health. You can set aside 2 hours a day to watch your favorite TV programs, preferably at the same time every day. The biggest source of distraction for most people is the people themselves. One of the habits of many people is to constantly grumble and complain about the unfairness of life. You may have a friend or relative who keeps you on the phone for hours until he or she explains to you for the 235th time why they can't have what they want out of life. This person finds reasons, "Oh, if only things had turned out differently." Do you understand me? Misery loves company. It is possible, though not easy, to maintain important friendships and family relationships without going overboard with empathy and spending almost all of your time trying to save these soap opera stars of yours. Set the boundaries. Let your grumpy cousin know that you can spend a maximum of half an hour a day on the phone. Perhaps the most difficult thing to deal with is the source of distractions from your own thoughts. Anyone who has ever tried to meditate knows exactly what we are talking about. You have 1 hour to work on a project and 1 hour to meditate, but your mind continues to wander, and you are not only distracted by inappropriate conversations with partners or assistants, but also constantly confused by your internal dialogue. The psychological personality type driver is more focused on the topic than others, but such souls tend to be persistent and demanding. If you enjoy what you do, then take the time to relax and don't be rigidly achievement-oriented. If you're nice and friendly, that's great, but you may need a little more discipline and focus. Keep an eye out for analytical types that get bogged down in project details. You need both a practical, down-to-earth approach and a broad perspective. Learn to balance the left and right hemispheres of your brain. The left hemisphere is logical, rational, analytical, and attentive to detail, while the right hemisphere understands intuitively, is creative, and has a broad view of the world. To minimize distractions, learn to listen to your body and its needs. Don't start a meeting before lunch when you're already hungry. Learn to recognize your natural energy cycles, biorhythms. If your peak activity is between 9 a.m. and noon, and your energy slump is between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., then plan your most challenging activities for the morning. You should have a balanced diet of protein, carbohydrates, and fat. Carbohydrate or macrobiotic diet, as well as the Atkins diet, not balanced. Each of them has its own temporary advantages in certain situations, but they also have many disadvantages. You need carbohydrates for alertness and concentration, protein for endurance, and fat for proper functioning of the internal organs. A person who eats only carbohydrates, as a rule, feels bad after a few hours, from a certain point cannot concentrate well. Excess protein causes drowsiness and fatigue. Excess fat can cause complacency and lack of motivation. If you feel tired, heavy, bloated, or gas forming an hour or two after eating, then you've lost your balance and need to make some changes to your diet. Overcome your resistance to change. Despite the fact that some parts of the psyche are successfully changing, for the most part they resist change. The human body doesn't like sudden changes. He's more comfortable with some routine. However, life is constantly flowing. If you try to maintain the status quo, you are draining your energy reserves by resisting the flow of life. We are not saying that it is wrong to be constant and consistent in your endeavors. But without flexibility, your branches will break in the wind. Some changes are very hard to accept and hard to keep up with. An example is the ever-changing world of technology. Although the author has a degree in computer science, he believes that he is not keeping up with the latest developments in modern technology. Not all changes are good. Social media obsession can be a source of distraction, not innovation. Taking a break from technology on a regular basis is a great idea. The greatest resistance to change occurs inside. If you haven't succeeded yet, as you define it, and if you don't already have a great sense of time management, then it's probably your own thoughts and feelings that are most resistant to it. Being a failure can be painful and harmful in every sense of the word, but it can be as comfortable and familiar as a bad habit. When you break your own limits, you may experience fear. If such emotions come to the surface, breathe and stay with them. If you have trouble realizing your ideas, dreams, and ideas, tune into your body and emotions. Determine exactly where the block is located. At what point do you tell yourself not to take any action? Where does this movement stop? I would love to do this, but... Look for these buts in your thinking process. Be aware of excuses, even if they are wrapped up in the attractive beliefs of truisms and sacred cows. Here are some examples. Life is a struggle. I have to sacrifice myself and work very hard in order to succeed. Many people try too hard to fulfill their dreams. They interfere with themselves. It's good to be on a project, but is everything you do really necessary? To quote the author of this book, do you go across the river to get water? The water is just as good on your side of the river, and it takes a lot less effort to get it there. How do you make things and phenomena more difficult than they should be? When is time worth more money? The author argues that when something costs a little more, but saves time and effort, you should usually spend extra money. That being said, if something costs a lot more and saves a little time, then it might be better to go for a bargain. This flight, which costs a bit more but doesn't have a stopover, is probably worth it. You do not have the stress associated with connecting flights, and possibly delayed baggage, and having to eat twice at the airport restaurants with their high cost. The perception of time and money changes depending on how much you earn per hour of work. Someone who earns $10 an hour doesn't have the same perception of time as someone who earns $100 an hour. This perception also applies to the value of things. If something costs $200 and you earn $100 an hour, then you can imagine that buying it will cost you 2 hours, and someone who earns $10 an hour will perceive such a purchase as 2.5 days of work. Ultimately, your self-esteem is infinite, but if you have programming, conditioning around the concept of self-esteem, it can hinder your success. A healthy attitude goes something like this. My self-respect is infinite. Nothing I do or have is worth as much as my essential self. As an infinitely valuable being, I can choose the most efficient and productive way to use my time and money. In earlier parts of this book, we explored the idea that time is not fixed. In a sense, you can go back and change the past as long as it doesn't interfere with the free will of other souls. At the very least, you can change your past experience. The easiest way to do this is to imagine that everything you have ever experienced includes a valuable lesson that shaped who you are today, and now you are a magnificent, intelligent, powerful spiritual being. Changing your outlook on life is always the first step towards making positive changes in the outside world. If you see life as a series of opportunities rather than a constant source of challenges, then you are more likely to accept rather than reject change. Remember that one part of you is constant, it never changes, and the other part of you is always changing. Learn to be aware of both aspects and observe how they interact. Deal with your fears of success and failure. Some people are more afraid of success than of failure. This is especially true if you were raised in a poor family where rich people were considered selfish, evil, and greedy. Finding success sometimes meant losing the love of relatives, because you joined the selfish, greedy stratum of society, so your relatives will avoid you. Another reason why some people have a stronger fear of success is that there is a sense of responsibility, accompanied by a higher position in society. This can be a literal responsibility to manage employees and/or assets, or a fear of mismanaging other people's financial wealth. If you are successful with your business, for example, speaking to people, then you may be afraid that people who disagree with you will attack you, verbally or even physically. How does this relate to time management? Successful people tend to value time more than money. Perhaps you are afraid that if you are very successful, you will not have enough time for family, spiritual practice, and other activities. This is especially true in multi-level marketing, network, companies, where you must constantly spend time with your employees in order to keep them motivated and working hard. If you work in the entertainment industry or give lectures on personal growth, then it may be difficult to say no to those who want you to work in another city or country. You can be constantly on the road and put up with the fact that you live in other people's corners. Probably the biggest reason to fear success is knowing that hundreds or even thousands of people want something from you. You know how it works. Someone wins the lottery, and suddenly they have a lot of friends who want to help them spend their money. It is well known that 80% of people who win the lottery lose or even squander all their winnings in a few years. If you have an awareness of poverty and misery, then no amount of money will magically change this psychological attitude. If you believe that money is dirty or that rich people are bad, then you will actively resist financial success. In addition to the idea that you won't have enough time for family and spiritual practice, you also have the belief that money is spiritless, often when you attend church. And what about the fear of failure? It is usually associated with attitudes from childhood, when parents expected a lot from you and demanded that you bring only 5s and 4s from school. A common time-related problem with the fear of failure is the belief that there is not enough time for success. This is especially true if you work where you don't want to be, just to pay your bills. You may decide that the risk is not worth it to start a business. What if you fail? Then you'll be back at the job you hate. If your business was successful at first, then you have already tried the good life and can't turn back if sales start to fall. The fear of disappointing your parents acts as a constant pressure, an excessive stress that pushes you harder and harder to do it. Many people try too hard to succeed. Almost everyone hates the rigid approach to sales that is often used in a number of industries. The advertising campaign is based on the following message: please buy my product. If you don't, I will fail, and then something bad will happen. Please have pity on me. This applies to time management, because you need to put a lot of effort into making sure that you don't fail. Not only do you spend too much time worrying about events that might happen, but you also turn to additional precautions to make sure that they don't happen, even if such precautions don't change the final outcome. You may be buying too much insurance or coming up with too many protection plans. It's best to keep track of how much time you spend trying not to fail, rather than just focusing on success. Although you are trying to convince others of the value of your services and products, you are actually trying to convince yourself because you are not sure of your ability to succeed. Respect your commitments and persevere. When you realize that you are on the right track, feeling confident of success, the work is not over yet. You must persevere, especially when you are at the bottom of the cycle. It would be nice to have several different aspects for the business or many different projects, so that when an item went out of fashion for a while another might have come into fashion. Don't lose heart when you fall down. To some extent, this happens in every case. It is important for you to be obligatory not only before any business or project, but also before your spiritual practice. It is useful to set aside a certain period of time for daily meditation, yoga, or some other discipline. Remember to be flexible. Here, the concept of obligation does not imply that you will not pick up the phone if someone calls you with an important matter in a quiet hour. You can turn off your regular phone and leave the other phone for special occasions so that people don't call you during your quiet hour, except in an emergency. However, when you are engaged in a particular discipline, unexpected things can happen. Respond from the center of your being when something difficult arises. If you are deeply committed to your business, project, or spiritual practice, you will find a way to deal with unexpected distractions. The driving force of creation. How many years do you work on the project before it becomes a success? How much time do you spend on the spiritual path before becoming enlightened? How many affirmations do you have to say before what you ask becomes reality, in linear time? A snowball becomes an avalanche. The tiny seed of a redwood tree becomes one of the largest trees in the world. Everything in the natural world begins, perhaps, with a single cell growing and multiplying in the splendor of fully mature life. Ideas are like plants. The seed must be planted and left to sprout. It needs to be watered and cared for, but you also need to believe that the seed will sprout, which will break through to the surface. Once you have fulfilled your role for the germination of your idea, learn to trust the creation process. If your project does not bear fruit, then you are blocking it somewhere, perhaps in the subconscious. Negative thoughts are like weeds clogging up your garden. You can find this information in many books, so we will not develop the topic of faith and trust. Learn to listen to your higher self and engage in dialogue with it. The more you discover the presence of your true nature, the easier it will be for you to remain conscious of your wise, all-knowing self. When you feel like you're giving up on a project, and you know it's right for you to keep going, turn to God's presence for help. Follow the time management principles outlined in this chapter and you will realize your earthly and heavenly dreams. Additional obstacles to effective time management. Obsession with small details. Earlier, we mentioned the importance of having a to-do list and realizing that you will rarely complete all the items on the list in a timely manner. If, after applying the principles described in Part A above, you still do not have enough time to complete all the items on your list, then you need to determine what can be eliminated or postponed. Some people have been brought up to keep track of the smallest details of a project, including things like running the house, cooking dinner, etc. It might be nice to display silver items exactly according to the rules of their best presentation, as required by good manners, but do you really need to recreate them? Polish the table, for the 4th time? Is it really necessary to send clothes to the dry cleaners after putting them on for 2 hours to sit at the dinner table? Should you take out the trash before the containers are filled if it is mostly paper? Keep in mind that your activities can become a habit or even an obsession. If you are writing a book, you know that there will be a few changes before you finish it, but do you continue to find more and more points to improve after the deadline for editing? Will this book ever be perfect? In fact, the need for perfection can also be akin to drug addiction. Learn to find a balance between the need to fine-tune a project and the ability to step back and see a broad perspective. Does the manuscript really need to be rewritten for the 16th time, after it has already been printed? If you find an error in the printed text, is it enough to suspend the publication process? Ask your higher self for advice if you are not sure. Procrastination and impatience. We have previously addressed the psychology of addiction, habits, distractions, and resistance. Now let's consider the issue of procrastination. Why do people put off doing things that they know are good for their soul's growth, happiness, and well-being? Perhaps you could say that this is a combination of what we have already discussed. Everything came together in one feeling: fear. In addition to the pleasant numbness and attachment to the predicted results, there is also the belief that the future will be similar to the past, so it doesn't really matter when you act, there is always tomorrow. You have two extremes. At one extreme, they want everything now, instant gratification of desire, and at the other, they constantly postpone their rewards, engage in reckless savings and prepare for death. Effective time management involves finding a point of balance between extremes. No, there isn't much time left for action, at least not in the linear world. At the same time, the desire for things, out of fear, and the demand that everything happen immediately, instant gratification of desire, lose relevance. The real problem here is that you live simultaneously in a realm where there really is unlimited time, and in a realm where there is only one time, now, so you can only act now. You just can't put everything off until tomorrow, because tomorrow will never come. Not surprisingly, most people are confused. Young people resist setting and achieving goals in favor of living in the present moment. They learn religious and spiritual techniques that reinforce the idea that you should be here and now, so why worry about the future? A successful person overcomes procrastination by listening to the higher self and following the action plan set by the self, which is able to balance linear and non-linear time. When the small self loses its balance, trying to push the river into the ocean, impatience, or stagnating in a warm pond by the river, procrastination, it needs a dose of reality given by the higher self. The wise self knows that impatience leads to health problems over time, and the attachment of the higher self leads to the higher self. To the warm still water of a tidal pool, living today without thinking about tomorrow, eventually leads to decay and death. As for impatience, many young people are growing up with the internet, smartphones, and instant messaging. They may be hoping that they will always have everything at hand. Another less obvious problem is associated with the star people, that is, with souls who came to Earth from highly developed civilizations. Such souls are usually able to control the elements through thought and directed energy. When they come to Earth, these abilities are usually suppressed by the frequency barrage, and then they have to put a lot of effort into making things happen. This is one of the reasons why the veil exists at all. If you grew up knowing that you have unlimited power, and yet this power seems unattainable, due to the imperfect nature of the human body's development, this can lead to a lot of frustration and impatience. You see that a person behaves like a small child, he gets angry when something does not go as he expected. For a certain reason, some aspects of the ultimate truth are not revealed for the time being to the enthusiastic student of metaphysics. If another arrogant student is given unlimited powers and authority before he develops inner wisdom, the results can be disastrous. A real teacher knows this, and that is why they can hide or withhold certain teachings until the right moment comes. Impatience, when pushed to the extreme, becomes an obsessive and uncontrollable behavior. It's like mindlessly diving into a shallow pool without checking its depth. It is quite possible that you will hit your head or even break your neck. Many people who rush to extremes, either procrastinating or becoming obsessive, suffering from delusions, did not receive healthy role models in childhood and adolescence. Perhaps their parents were unstable and rushed to extremes. Combine this with the onslaught of new technologies, and you have a recipe for disaster. Little Johnny wants to get the latest smartphone and a new, improved video game, otherwise he will get depressed. We don't suggest giving up on technology, rejecting it, but it's important to slow down and enjoy the beauty of every moment. If you have children, then first find balance in yourself, and then show it to your children through proper actions, patience, and healthy risk-taking. Failure to set boundaries. Since we have touched on the topic of raising children, now is the time to recall the idea of setting boundaries. It may seem like a contradiction to first say that everything is connected and unified, and then suggest setting boundaries. After all, doesn't this mean that there is a separation? Yes and no. Boundaries do not negate the fact that there is only God and that each of us is an expression of this one being. However, in this world of small ego selves, it is important to have some limitations to discourage the ego from controlling everything, manipulating everything. At some point in your spiritual development, boundaries become irrelevant. Your higher self is responsible for everything and knows exactly how to behave in the company of less enlightened souls. There is no arrogance or judgment. You are no better than those around you. However, you will learn the true meaning of the phrase "don't throw beads in front of pigs." This means that you don't waste your time trying to get souls to wake up faster than they are ready to. If you are around negative people, say, relatives and brothers-in-law, then you must find a balance between resisting negative behavior and trying to force them to change. This means having healthy boundaries. You are in the world, but you are not of the world. You participate in family rituals without becoming emotionally attached to the drama and trauma. You accept joy and platitudes without becoming attached to them. After all, who you are is so much more than what's happening around you. Enjoy it, bless it, and transcend it. More information on how to deal with distractions. When we talked about distractions earlier, we didn't mention specific ways to overcome them. Perhaps the best way is to breathe rhythmically. When you focus on your breathing, it's easier to eliminate distractions. Of course, this assumes that you have already created a sacred meditation space and created a calm atmosphere to work on your creative projects. It is necessary to set limits on communication with those who will be tempted to interrupt your meditations and creative aspirations. Make sure that your phone is turned off and that everyone in your family knows that this is your quiet hour. If your creativity involves sitting at the computer for a significant amount of time, then it's important to take frequent breaks for stretching and exercise. Learn how electromagnetic frequencies affect your meditation and creative time. I repeat, it is important to have not only a clear vision and goal, but also a general understanding of what you want to achieve. If you have set aside time for both spiritual practice and working on a business or creative project, it is important to stick to the same time, or approximately the same, for both every day, so that your body, emotions, and subconscious mind get used to the routine. As stated earlier, if you get distracted, remember to love and accept yourself throughout the experience. Make a decision to remove distractions immediately, without coercion or violence. Additional information about the nature of the discipline. We repeat again, albeit in a slightly different format, some of the ideas presented above. The most important part of the discipline is to create an appropriate environment that is conducive to learning and creativity. In addition to being in a space where you are interrupted only in emergencies, your learning habits should be evaluated. Do you work better with soft background music, singing, or in complete silence? How do you deal with a wandering mind that constantly distracts you with thoughts of what you will do after a creative session? Perhaps you recite affirmations regularly to help you focus your mind more easily. If some unpleasant emotion occurs during a difficult part of your project, do you have an affirmation or breathing technique to deal with that emotion? Can you tune into your body, emotions, and mind to catch yourself overdoing it? Keep in mind that excessive effort to create something creates a block. Do you tune into your body to determine if you are doing too much or not enough? If you are restless or nervous, then you may need to become more active. If you are tired or exhausted, then you may be doing too much. When you get up in the morning, are you happy to welcome a new day? And if not, why not? You will need to search for answers to these questions as they arise. Intuitive sensations in your body will tell you what is happening in the deeper layers of your consciousness. What does it mean to have a feeling in your body that is akin to pushing a river to the ocean? What will it feel like if you get stuck in a tidal pool? Learn to recognize your personality type and behavior style when you face challenges. Get familiar with your resistance, but don't become a tech junkie. Take a break from working on yourself. Go out and have some fun if you take yourself too seriously. Roll up your sleeves and get to work if you take too many breaks, and find out why you have resistance to moving forward. If you read and reread this chapter several times, you will have everything you need to overcome the obstacles in your creative process. Channeling number 10. Message from the Founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the Founders. As you can see, this channel retains a practical approach. Even though we are repeating the paradoxical claim that linear time is ultimately illusory, you have decided to immerse yourself in a world of illusions, and you must learn to act in your sleep in order to communicate with your siblings who are still asleep. That is, you must pretend for a while that you believe in this world, while the need to communicate with it remains. Time management means learning all that is available to you about how to be in the world, but not from the world. You go from believing that time dominates you to realizing that time is just a tool for perceiving the lower realms. Once you master the art of being in linear time, you give up your belief in the illusions of the world. You are no longer a slave to linear time, you are no longer worshipping this false god. SZL Recap. Joyfully set your priorities and create tens with the understanding that this is just a game. You will master the art of time management, even when you go out of time altogether. Join us right now as we help you transcend time and enter the ecstatic realm of the timeless. The Founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 13. Going Out of Time. The Nature of Timelessness. In this chapter, we will cover the following topics. What does beyond time mean? A. the universe is multidimensional, b. non-dual dimensions, c. stages of enlightenment, d. conclusion. And once again about the multidimensional nature of the universe. We have previously discussed the reality model known as the multidimensional universe. We have defined a dimension as a sphere, or condition, of spacetime in which certain laws, principles, and processes are implemented in concert, regardless of the laws, principles, and processes of other dimensions. The lower dimensions are contained in the higher ones. The best analogy is the concepts of sets and subsets in mathematics. If you are already familiar with this idea and have read the earlier text on sets and subsets, you can skip to the next section. Let's assume that the complex number system includes all mathematical numerical models. In other words, all the numbers used in all the different mathematical processes are contained in the complex number system. The analogy is that complex numbers are like an infinitely large bubble that represents all of creation. There are laws that apply to all complex numbers and therefore all mathematical values and equations. For example, the quantum principle states that all values that are not infinite, occur or are obtained within a certain mathematical model, will have a certain value or quantity. For example, values such as the square root of -4, the integer 28, the decimal equivalent of 12037, pi value, etc. However, there are smaller subsets of the complex number system, analogous to low dimensions in an infinite universe. Such subsets also have infinity, but now special rules apply to these subsets. For example, an integer is a value that is obtained by dividing two numbers and gives an integral number, not a fraction or an irrational number. In order to be a member of this particular subset, such a condition must apply. Obviously, the whole part of 8 divided by 4 is an integer, since it gives the whole number 2. However, the result of dividing 8 by 5 is not an integer, 1,6. Therefore, the structure of a lower dimension, similar to a subset of integers, has consistent rules and principles. It satisfies the principles included in the higher dimensions. That is, all integers are contained in the complex number system. Integers are also infinite, but this is infinity within certain limits. Think of a bubble with an infinite numeric sum contained in a larger bubble with an infinite numeric sum. We apologize if you don't like abstract mathematics. We just want this conversation about multiple dimensions to make sense, even if it's abstract. When souls raise their level of consciousness beyond what you call third-dimensional reality, you know that their higher experience contains all the planes and subplanes of third-dimensional reality, as well as experiences beyond the third dimension. ZZB. Now that we have definitively established the concept of high and low dimensions using a mathematical analogy, let's look at some of the laws, principles, and constructs of each dimension. We decide that the first dimension of our specific model is the universe of inorganic consciousness. This should not be confused with the geometric model of a line or with the idea of a quantity, which in traditional geometry is usually called the first dimension. In our specific model, the first dimension would include minerals, rocks, crystals, and most elements in the periodic table in their natural or combined states. In earlier works, we referred to the first dimension simply as the mineral kingdom. The second dimension, known as organic plant life, has laws and principles specific to its realm that surpass and complement the laws of the mineral kingdom. However, in our model system, we include the mineral kingdom in the sense that a world containing plant life will also contain various minerals. In this model system, the idea that all lower dimensions are contained in higher ones is not entirely accurate, since there are special characteristics of minerals that do not meet the specific definition of plant life. However, the basic concept remains, and we will leave the definitions of the lower three dimensions unchanged. The third dimension, known as animal life, includes the lower human instincts, which are essentially equivalent to animals. And if, again, there may be certain characteristics of plants that do not directly correspond to animals, we will nevertheless assume that a third-dimensional planet will contain plants and minerals in addition to animals. A third-dimensional person is one whose consciousness is focused primarily on animal instincts, including procreation, competition, and survival of the fittest, which means dominating and controlling the weaker members of the species. If you observe the current state of humanity, you will find that about 3/4, 75%, of humanity seems to be dominated by third-dimensional properties. In previous books, we distinguish between dimensions and densities. We say that a dimension is a domain of existence, and density is a specific vibrational state that usually corresponds to this equivalent dimension. However, people can vibrate at levels of density higher or lower than the dimension in which they experience their incarnation. For the sake of simplicity in the descriptions of dimensions used in this chapter, we will assume that densities and dimensions are synonymous. You will recall from our previous conversations that humans, as expressions of divinity, reside in all dimensions simultaneously, in nonlinear time, although they seem to evolve from lower dimensions to higher ones, in linear time. The levels or dimensions that have been activated in the consciousness of an individual soul determine the density level, vibration, of that soul. You might as well say that you are becoming what you focus on. If your consciousness is primarily made up of the animal experience of humans, then you will vibrate in third-level density. There are two model systems for dimensions from the fourth to the sixth. One of them is the standard model, in which the fourth dimension is the highest level of Maya or illusion, and the lower four realms are called the worlds of duality. According to this system, the astral, etheric, and causal spheres are in the fourth dimension. Another model system, used by the author of this book, involves a six-level duality, where the three subtle spheres are designated as the fourth, astral, fifth, etheric, and sixth, causal. Returning to the interpretation of our sets and subsets, the astral plane, the fourth level, has certain properties that distinguish it from other levels, namely, various auxiliary spheres that reflect unresolved problems in the subconscious and emotions. In other words, soul experiences that are denied by the conscious self tend to accumulate in the soul's subconscious and then project onto the astral planes. These negated expressions of soul energy enter what has come to be called purgatory and hell, as well as other infernal realms. Of course, there are pleasant subplanes in the astral world, so many teachers warn that the upper astral planes are false heavens. On the astral planes, you can become possessed by negative entities, which are fragments of souls wandering through various planes and subplanes, looking for someone or something to attach to, something to control, something to dominate, something to merge with. And while this may eventually turn out to be an illusion, if you are immersed in the belief systems and consciousness of the fourth level, then you will obey the laws and principles of such a place. Let's turn to another analogy. In order to overcome the law of gravity, you must rise above the Earth plane high enough to be far from the gravitational force of large celestial bodies. Subsequently, to go beyond the astral planes, you must rise above them in consciousness, moving to the etheric planes, level 5. In the sixth-level model of the lower realms, the etheric plane, which is a fifth-level consciousness, is still in the realm of corruption. In other words, the etheric body, fifth density, can get out of balance and become a source of pain and embarrassment almost as easily as the astral body. The etheric plane contains a source of electromagnetic energy and produces various electromagnetic grids and energy structures, including the body electrical or electromagnetic grid system of the human body. Meridians, acupressure points, nodal points of emotional release, etc. are all part of the etheric structure of the physical body. The astral body is a denser form that is located outside the physical body and is sometimes visible in ordinary video cameras. The etheric body is a higher octave than the astral body, but it has a similar geometric structure of energy that gives it shape. The causal body, corresponding to the causal plane of the sixth dimension, is the last level that can be damaged, out of balance. In other words, uncoordinated energy structures that promote chaos rather than order can fall on the causal planes, because these spheres produce a transfer effect from other timelines. In other words, this is the karmic sphere. If you have karmic lessons from earlier lives, then these unresolved issues manifest in the causal body. The causal planes are the home of the Akashic records, which contain an extensive body of knowledge related to the processes of the universe. The Akashic records also record the incarnations of every soul on Earth. Psychics who access the Akashic records can find out exactly how many lifetimes you have had, on which planets and star systems, and the karmic lessons learned in those lifetimes, as well as the lessons that remain untapped. Time in the subtle realms. The nature of space-time in the astral, etheric, and causal realms is very interesting. As a rule, the principle of natural harmonic time compression is applied to these levels, which means that time moves faster in the etheric than in the astral world, and faster in the causal than in the etheric world, etc. On causal planes, it is easier to manage space-time and adjust it according to your desires. Free will applies to some extent to the subtle realms, but it becomes less relevant when you move into a higher vibration of sixth density. Those who have almost evolved to the pure soul level, seventh level, usually rely continuously on the higher self, 7th to 12th levels. For most souls who have evolved to the 6th level, there is only God's will. In theory, the ego is still capable of throwing the soul back into vibration, but this rarely happens if the soul consciousness has evolved beyond the middle of the 6th level. Time in the higher realms. As you progress to levels 7 and beyond, time takes on a very different meaning. It becomes more soft and plastic. You can expand and shorten it as needed. The will of God fully controls and uses time to help souls awaken on Earth and on other planets. As mentioned earlier, archangels in the 8th dimension can significantly extend the time to render assistance on planets such as Earth, and then compress it when they return to their sphere. They are able to travel freely through all levels and dimensions of space-time, while respecting the free will of the souls. Developing in the various lower realms. In the higher realms, you truly become the master of time and space. Non-dual dimensions. The higher dimensions, levels 7 through 12 in the author's model system, operate under sets of rules and principles that differ from those found in the lower 6 levels. It is difficult to put these differences into words, as all terrestrial languages are extremely limited in this respect. Generally, when the word timelessness is used, it refers to the state of time that exists at these upper levels. Perhaps levels 7 through 12 can best be imagined as a continuation of the compression of natural harmonic time. This means that the 7th level will move much faster than the 6th, and the 8th level will move much faster than the 7th, etc. The Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth in 7 days, 6 days and a day of rest. Although this seems to be an allegory, this phrase could be interpreted as follows: on the 12th level, it seemed to God like 7 days, which lasted for many zones. 1 second in the 12th level of God's time can be a billion years in Earth's time. But the situation is more complicated than the one described, and more mysterious. Time becomes more and more nonlinear as you move up the continuum of dimensions. You might be able to view a billion years at once from this perspective, and then extend time into a particular region or sphere of space-time to experience it in a more linear way. This is exactly what archangels do when they come to Earth or other planets to help. Dimensions from the 7th to the 12th are usually considered non-dual levels of being, because there is no comparison or contrast between the elements. Things there are neither good nor bad, neither right nor wrong, neither light nor dark, etc. There is simply a state of being and an all-pervading divine love that encompasses every part of the continuum. This divine love also permeates the lower realms, but it is impossible to clearly perceive or experience this love if you are trapped in the duality levels 1 through 6. When you are able to expand your consciousness to encompass all levels of the multidimensional universe, you enter the realm of timelessness. The good thing is that you don't need to vibrate at the 12th level to do this. In fact, you don't need to vibrate even at the 7th level. Once you transcend the linear mind, the 4th level, you will be able to realize the totality of creation that exists in this eternal present moment. You are everywhere. You are at all points in time. You are completely free of the spheres of linear space-time. Timelessness occurs when there is no movement of consciousness. Nothing can be compared with each other if there is no movement. But in this absolute silence there is a higher consciousness. Everything exists in this eternal moment. Think of it as an infinitely tiny space, a singularity, and this singularity exists everywhere in space-time and beyond. Your conscious mind will not be able to grasp this idea, but a part of you will always perceive it no matter what is happening in the world. In the center of your being, like the center of a cyclone, there is absolute silence. There is no time or space in the center. Therefore, the center has always existed and will always exist. There is no past that can be compared to the present and future that you expect. Nevertheless, creativity is unfolding. Static state is extremely dynamic. We know that this sounds contradictory and difficult to understand. This is because you are forced to view reality from a linear perspective. The idea of infinity is similar to eternity or timelessness. And while you have a general idea of what infinity is, the idea that something always happens goes against the grain of reason. Therefore, to understand the meaning of timelessness, it is necessary to calm the rational mind and go beyond it to direct experience. Stages of enlightenment. Enlightenment has many definitions. Some of the most common ones include the literal definition of being filled with light. However, there are some people who will claim that everyone is already filled with light, so everyone is enlightened. This may be true on one level, but if the soul is not aware of its enlightenment, then it can be likened to a hungry person who has a plate of food in front of him, but his mouth is closed and taped. If we consider enlightenment as a physical state, it can mean the transformation or transfer of the human form to a higher state, which appears to be pure light. However, the author prefers the term physical ascension to describe those who are able to prepare their bodies to receive enough light to overcome the entropy principle. In other words, the disintegration and eventual death of the body can be stopped by increasing the prana, or life force energy, entering the body until it equals or exceeds the rate of entropy-induced destruction. Some of the previous books deal with the subject of physical ascension. In this book, we will explore the various states of enlightenment that are most relevant to our conversation about time. We will start with the basic definition. Enlightenment is a state in which the mind is filled with the light of a higher understanding. This is the starting point. There are many states behind this. We'll take a closer look at them below. It is often asked, what is the difference between enlightenment and ascension? The main difference is that ascension is an ego-energetic, and sometimes physical, process, whereas enlightenment is considered a state of consciousness or a state of mind. Using the idea of enlightening the mind, let us describe below the various stages that a truth seeker is supposed to go through in order to achieve self-realization, as defined by Eastern philosophies and accepted by the author of this book. 636492681 Linear Satori. Glimpses of higher dimensions. The first stage of enlightenment usually has nothing to do with physical or psychological time, but rather is a temporary access to higher states of perception. The mildest form of linear satori involves only the basic idea that there is really more to life than a carefully constructed story, a routine boring existence of physically waking up, doing a pre-programmed routine, preparing for work or school, driving to work or school, returning home, turning on the TV or going to work. Something interrupts this rather boring three-dimensional timeline, perhaps during a meditation session, a yoga class, a trip to a sacred place, or while taking restorative medications. Linear satori usually triggers something. It can be, for example, some unexpected event, a random meeting with a teacher, the loss of something important in life, a change of work, etc. The higher self often plans these experiences as a way to force the soul to make significant changes in life. The author's computer-related career began to falter in the 1970s when he had repeated spiritual experiences that showed him his mission, which was so different from his life path at that time. During the Satori experience, consciousness expands, and the person can see a wider range of space-time, just as if they were climbing a tree in the forest that rises above the path. However, there is still a sense of time in linear experience, although it is perceived from a higher point of view. The flow of energy passes through the body, and the person sees with the inner eye a field of bright light, or perhaps a being from higher dimensions brings him a message. Some may describe it as God speaking to them, or as a sudden inspiration. When the author had such an experience, he had a clear feeling that his mission was much more important than continuing to work in the computer industry. It took him many years to complete this career, but these linear experiences of Satori became the starting point for changing his life path. 636492682 Nonlinear Satori. Time suspension. As soon as the author decided to go in a different direction of life, his practice began to deepen. A few years after his first awakenings, he had experiences where time seemed to disappear completely, pause, or expand indefinitely. He described this as entering vertical time, which we now call nonlinear time. Suddenly, he lost all sense of the past, present, and future, and only the eternal now constantly extended in all directions. The linear storyline of his life ended, at least for a few moments, but all these moments were required to radically change the perception throughout his life. It was at this point that the familiar world began to be perceived as an illusion, simply as a spectacle played out by an imaginary eye, which is often called ego. Since this was a Satori experience, it was temporary, at least from the point of view of the small human self. However, at the moment of the experience, it felt as if this state had always existed, because it does. The linear reality of everyday human existence seemed like a mere blip on the screen, an anomalous event that interrupted the eternal flow of now. When the soul is caught up in the drama of duality, it seems that enlightenment is a memory of something distant or that it will happen in the distant future, but when the soul awakens to a nonlinear reality, it is clear that this timeless state has always been present throughout the so-called earthly life, just the soul did not see it. Nevertheless, the needs of modern society soon captured the author and plunged him back into everyday life, although by that time it was far from routine. He built his life in a completely different way and actively followed spiritual practices and classes. At this point, the linear self was able to accept the idea that there was some divine design for building life from higher dimensions, and that everything that happened in the soul's life was in some sense predetermined, although it still seemed as if everyday life provided a wide range of options. Such options changed rapidly. For example, the life of the ministry was becoming more important, and the things of the modern world were far less meaningful. Buying more and more toys and working from dawn to dawn became unbearable, which required me to move, change friends and my lifestyle. At this stage of spiritual development, there are many stories about souls. The words of Jesus when he spoke to his followers, "Sell everything you have and follow me," was distorted, of course, but the essential meaning of his speech was to get rid of attachment to the material plane and form a deep commitment to the cause of understanding the truth. Nonlinear Satori is a great experience, but it's not enough. The higher state comes and goes, and for a long time the soul may feel that it has descended again into a world of suffering and despair. In some ways, this is the most difficult part, the dark night of the soul, when a person realizes that life is much larger than what he sees, but it seems to him that it is impossible to break out of this routine. Through regular spiritual practice and a determined move beyond the ego, a shift eventually takes place. It can be subtle, without a defining moment. Gradually, the higher self becomes the dominant perspective, and a deep conviction is born in the consciousness that divinity is always present just below the surface of everyday reality, or just above the surface, if you prefer. 636492683 Linear Samadhi. Life in higher dimensions. When the soul realizes on a deep level that the true self is the expression of the one God, always present, omnipresent, timeless, eternal, omniscient, and omnipotent, and this becomes a round-the-clock continuous reality, then the soul is said to live in a state of samadhi. Doubts or fears no longer affect a person's decisions in life. There may still be bodily reactions to the environment and even awareness of the small self's daily dialogue, but there is no longer identification with the false self. An enlightened soul may still need a tiny version of the ego in order to communicate with people involved in their egos, personalities, but this is seen as just a means of communication, temporary, until the need for such communication disappears. The soul in samadhi constantly radiates love from the center of being. This person represents the abundant life that flows from the inside out, a beacon that shines in all directions. In linear samadhi, it is possible to be in the world, but not from the world. For this level, the following statement is relevant: before enlightenment, I carried water and chopped wood; after enlightenment, I carried water and chopped wood. From the point of view of outside observers, nothing changes in the activity, but the consciousness becomes different. An unenlightened soul carrying water and chopping wood suffers from an internal dialogue filled with worries and fears. Perhaps they are worried about the upcoming winter and are thinking about how to prepare more wood, or they are preoccupied with personal issues that are not related to the primary tasks. These actions can be driven by the desire to survive, protect, and provide for oneself, thoughts of self-improvement, etc. An enlightened soul carrying water and chopping wood can simply act on a whim to take care of the body, because it is useful to have a body to communicate with others who could use its services. Such a person really does not worry about the body and does not think that in the coming winter he may die of thirst or cold. His mind is silent and in a state of pure observation. This person becomes one with the water when he draws it from the well, and becomes one with the axe when he splits logs. He is aware of whether he needs to periodically rest and restore physical strength, but his task becomes meditation. He is immersed in the process under preparing for the winter, without thinking about the consequences in case he suddenly does not complete his task. An enlightened soul has a deep sense of peace and security. She doesn't need to look outside for answers, although she might be glad when others also dismiss the ego's limited perception. Such a soul may have deep compassion for those who are suffering, but the enlightened soul itself does not suffer. The soul in samadhi may even adopt the feelings of others, but it has no identification with such feelings. Therefore, she devotes herself entirely to service, helping others find a way out of the darkness. Pain, an essential part of life on earth, is still experienced by the soul in samadhi, but it has no resistance to pain and therefore no suffering. If an enlightened soul is called upon to plan something, it uses linear time as a tool to improve the quality of service, but it is not tied to time. It may feel like it comes and goes. A minute may still feel like a minute if such a soul is dedicated to a task. For example, this person can chop 100 kilograms of wood in 2 hours, so he notes to himself that if he works 6 hours, he will have enough wood to last 3 weeks in cold weather, but he has no emotional attachment. During meditation, the soul in samadhi will leave the world behind and silently communicate with the Creator. When there is nowhere to go and nothing to do inside, time stops when it is not needed, thus the non-linear version of samadhi takes over. 636492684 Non-linear samadhi. Live from the higher self. Most souls on earth consider their higher self to be some kind of being that they can ask to help them, that is, something like a beneficent father or God sitting in the sky and judging their lives. There is a sense of separation between a person and the higher self, even if the soul is aware that the higher self is organizing the spiritual path and the events that take place on it. When the soul passes into non-linear samadhi, the small self no longer exists. In fact, it never existed in the first place. The little will becomes God's will, the little self merges with the divine self. There is only an all-pervading presence. There is only consciousness in its many forms and varieties. There is still a process of creation, a continuous unfolding, but it does not depend on time. This is a state of true timelessness. It is often perceived as a kind of ecstasy, a supreme happiness, a great joy. Everything is perceived and experienced as an expression of God, and not as a concept, but as a true reality. A leaf rustling in the wind is filled with great beauty. The floating cloud becomes a symphony of subtle colors and movements. If there is a physical body, then it does what it needs to do based on God's will for creation. It is simply an extension of divinity, used only to communicate with other bodies for a period of time until it is no longer needed. The body can physically enter into a more perfect vibration, but the consciousness is freed from the need to be better and more refined. It can freely explore the universe without any restrictions, regardless of what the body is capable of. At some point, the soul may reach what is commonly called the avatar state. The author of this book defines avatar as a state of consciousness of the ninth density, or higher. As a rule, the avatar can perform so-called miracles, which even yogis mostly only dream of, including teleportation of the body, creation of a new body from the elements, and even bilokatayan, creation of several bodies. The soul in samadhi is not associated with the development of psychic abilities, but it can display them if the higher self deems it appropriate. If manifesting things out of thin air helps teach students a lesson, it can be done. An enlightened soul does not care about the display of higher powers. Such a person does not want to be worshipped, to be turned into a guru, a messiah. He may even consider himself ordinary and inconspicuous. An enlightened soul has no sense of isolation. There is one God and one humanity, spreading out as separate life forms. Each life form is the wholeness of God, uniquely depicted as a vibrational matrix of energy. It's just like that. This simple statement may seem absurdly obvious to someone who doesn't understand it. But at the same time, this statement is profound. At this point, each element of creation manifests itself in a perfect way and at an ideal moment in time. Creation itself is timeless. It's just there. If there is movement or evolution, then it is exactly in the right form. There is no feeling that something should look different, be bigger or smaller. If there is an observation of goals, tasks, desires, etc., then this movement is simply part of the cosmic dance. It does not have life in itself, rather, it is perceived as the coherence of divinity in action, again unfolding in its perfection. 636492685 Mahasamadhi. Higher enlightenment. Perhaps writing on this topic is not the best solution, since the state of Mahasamadhi is far superior to anything that can be written about it. Be that as it may, the word tree is not what it describes. Everything that can be described here goes beyond words. However, it is possible to point out what is unknown, and even what is unknowable. You can ask the correct question: how? Can you know the unknowable? How can this be experienced? No way. However, such an area does exist. How can we know that it exists? We cannot give an exhaustive answer to this question. Krishnamurti 2324 said, "Truth is a land where no path leads." Again, a reasonable response to this would be, then why do we strive to achieve this? 23 Osho, aka Rajneesh, used to say, you should search until you realize that you already have what you're looking for. And the elders of the Hopi Indian tribe once said, you are the one you are looking for. Osho also once said, the last desire to overcome is the desire to find God. It's true. There is no path to the highest state of enlightenment. How can this be? All paths assume that there is a final destination, something ahead on the road that will satisfy all desires, the abode of Nirvana 25, separated from the rest of creation. This idea is the very foundation of the belief in disunity. How can we seek God if God is all that exists? It is impossible to find God. How can you not find the air or the sun? You can certainly believe that not everything is God. You can believe in the devil. You may believe that there is a force that opposes God and can lead you away from the truth. But you can also believe that the sun disappears when night falls or a storm starts. And yet, not so far away from you, the sun is still shining as it always has. You can hide from God, but who is hiding? God is making fun of himself. One aspect pretends to be separate from the other aspects. You may be saying, Mahasamadhi is not for me. I'm just an ordinary person trying to understand this crazy world. But remember the paradox. The only place where enlightenment can happen is in the eternal now, and this is the only time in the world. So you are probably already enlightened, just not aware of it. For this reason, great teachers use the term awaken. The world is a dream. This is a holographic projection of a single point, according to quantum physics. It's not real. Yes, there may be vibrating energy that is interpreted by the brain as something solid out there. But there is no there. Everything exists within the mind of God. In order to realize Mahasamadhi, you must get rid of all labels and definitions. All searches must stop. All thoughts must disappear. Enlightenment is not what you think it is, said one Zen master. When the mind becomes completely silent, there is a possibility that enlightenment will come by the grace of God, uninvited, unbidden, of its own accord. There is no movement, no path, no method, no process, no idea, no belief, there is nothing. In the highest state of enlightenment, you are born again at every moment, although there is no you to be born again. Creation unfolds in perfect form, but there is no form. Everything is completely new, as if you are seeing it for the first time. There is no comparison, judgment, decision to make, or way to describe it. Therefore, this section of the book is essentially without purpose, although this text is included as a way to help the author and his readers awaken to this truth. But do you see that this is a movement away from the truth? Any attempt to do something leads you to failure. Complete surrender, that's all you can do, and nothing is required for this. We are not talking about a lazy, careless approach to life, which is really a rebellion against the work ethic. Most of those who do nothing are actively engaged in many things. Perhaps they are busy suppressing their resistance to the lifestyle they had before they decided to leave the rat race. Enlightenment is the most common thing in the world. It is usually to the point of being extraordinary. It is simply there under all attempts to be someone or something. This is the underlying layer, the Bose-Einstein condensate. This is absolute silence. On Earth, perhaps only a few souls have realized this state. How did they achieve this? The only answer to this question is that when they are ready, God is ready. The awakening just happens. You can't prepare for it because you can't know it. It is beyond knowledge. The author may not know it, but somehow he can write about it. But what is written is not what it is written about. We cannot show you the truth, but we can only show you the way to a deeper understanding. Keep looking. Don't stop searching. Keep getting rid of your conditioning, your attitudes. There's nothing else you can do. The rest is in God's hands. I've said enough. 636492686 Unity with the world. Since there are several highly enlightened souls in this world, or so it seems, since the unenlightened cannot know such things for certain, they must have a way to be in the world and at the same time be completely outside of everything they perceive in this place. Although Jesus said, and we have repeatedly said, that you should be in the world, but not of the world, how do you actually do this? If you have nothing to do and nowhere to go, then how can you even exist here? What does the life of a highly enlightened master look like, and how do you distinguish those who are truly enlightened from those who have simply accumulated a lot of knowledge? Well, you can't do that, at least not from an intellectual point of view. When the author of this book once sat in an oak grove with several hundred people listening to Krishnamurti, it was clear that the vast majority of those gathered there were holding on to their minds, making their own judgments about every word that came out of the short man's mouth. But something magnificent was happening, unnoticed by the intellect. After one particularly long conversation, the author noticed that the world seemed more, not less, real to him. Everything was alive, vibrant, and fresh. He didn't try to evoke this feeling, it was spontaneous. It wasn't about the person on the stage or the mind. Everything happened naturally. This experience didn't last long. There were things to do in the world, returning to the parking lot, going to a restaurant or hotel, talking to other people who came in, perhaps discussing some important elements of the short man's message. Nevertheless, the memory of the experience persisted. Of course, memories are not enlightenment, even if they resemble a peak experience, satori. It may be impossible to remain in a deeply enlightened state while doing mundane things. Perhaps a true master hesitates between Mahasamadhi when he meditates and Samadhi when he does business in the world. There is a reason why it seems that there are very few avatars on earth. Let's assume for a moment that there are great beings who are by nature unrestricted in their actions and are also fully enlightened, free from everything. Why don't they go down to this miserable place and do everything they can to help the struggling humanity? First, they are probably not allowed to interfere in people's affairs, except in the ways already outlined, such as studying in ashrams, sitting by the roadside, etc. Secondly, they cannot convey the state of enlightenment by simply telling about it or performing some magical act. Third, it is possible that by spending too much time in the world, they risk forgetting who they are. In other words, the negativity of the world affects them and ultimately affects their purity. Most enlightened teachers must find a balance between being among people and being alone. Perhaps they come down the mountain for a short time just to give a speech or suggest a method, although they clearly understand that speeches and methods cannot bring enlightenment. However, they must communicate at a level that humans can understand. You can't teach a hungry person enlightenment if you have to feed them first. Until you do this, he can only think about his stomach. Hunger is a distraction on the path, even a thirst for enlightenment. But every seeker must begin with a thirst for liberation. Conclusion. This book probably left you with even more questions to replace the ones she answered, but that's the nature of time, very simple in the linear, everyday reality that we take for granted, but incredibly mysterious when you start studying it. Why is it even necessary to understand the time? Isn't the current structure of society working well enough in terms of time management? Actually, not very well. The cause of all the world's problems is the belief in separation from God, and nowhere is this belief more evident than in the study of nature. Space-time. Not enough time is the first excuse people use when explaining their so-called failures in life. The second excuse, not enough money, would be solved if the first excuse turned out to be false. What a paradox! We have infinite time, and yet we don't have time. Time doesn't end, it ended when it was created. The only reason that there doesn't seem to be enough time is because of our limited perception of ourselves. If we are one with God and one with everything, then we have access to all the realities of space-time. The concept of extending natural harmonic time gives us the opportunity to extend time to the extent that we need it to achieve our so-called goals and objectives. It is our attachment to a limited set of beliefs about time, the pressures of work ethics, and government coercion that reinforce these beliefs. We are taught that we should try to get better, work harder, until we realize that such belief systems are like rats in a maze or hamsters in a cage that move quickly but don't get anywhere. The author hopes that this book will shed some light on the nature of the larger reality that encompasses this illusory world, and on the many misconceptions that come with it. Our work is far from complete. We recommend that you reread this material as many times as necessary to understand the ideas presented here. If the words contained here help you push the boundaries of consciousness and understand that you are trapped in a cage with an open door, and you can be free, then it was worth it. It is time to pass through this door and spread your wings under the open sky of truth. So be it. Amen. Application. References, citations, excerpts, and scientific publications. Arjun Value, Collective Evolution, December 2015. We know perfectly well that superposition on the quantum scale is real. What is most striking about this problem is the ability of particles to exist in two places simultaneously. And this is not just a theoretical abstraction, but a very real indicator of how the subatomic world works, which has been experimentally confirmed many times. One of the highest secrets of nature is the ability of a particle, for example, an electron, in accordance with the laws of quantum mechanics governing subatomic processes, to exist in an indefinite state of probability, to be anywhere, everywhere, or nowhere at all, until it becomes material thanks to a laboratory detector or the researcher's eye, tne no/uog tip ez. Therefore, a single particle can exist simultaneously in several states. This was best shown by the double-slit quantum experiment. Recent experiments have also confirmed quantum entanglement, showing that space is really just a construct that creates the illusion of separation. The high probability of being able to travel through time, combined with the experiment mentioned in this article, is indicated by the presence of experiments showing that particles can truly become entangled in time. This is illustrated by an experiment called the deferred choice experiment. Like the double-slit quantum experiment, the delayed selection/quantum eraser effect has been demonstrated and repeated several times. For example, physicists from the University of Australia, National University students successfully conducted John Wheeler's delayed choice thought experiment 26. Their results were recently published in the journal Koshchar-Yevgs. In 2007, ZEPS 315, 966, for 2007, scientists in France emitted photons in the device and showed that their actions can retroactively change what has already happened. This particular experiment shows how what happens in the present can change what happened in the past. It also shows that time can move backwards, cause and effect can change places, and the future creates the past. If we try to assign an objective meaning to the quantum state of a unified system, then interesting paradoxes will appear. Quantum effects simulate not only instantaneous action at a distance, but also, as we see here, the influence of future actions on past events even after these events have been clearly recorded, said Asher Paris 27. A pioneer in quantum information theory. Although we do not yet have access to a closed time-like curve, 28, there is still good reason to believe that this type of time travel is possible at the quantum mechanical level. That is why I decided to mention these other experiments to show that in fact time does not even exist. How we imagine it. You can get an excellent description of the delayed choice experiment by using the space scale explanation here, which makes it easier to understand. Why these same quantum mechanical laws have not been observed at the macroscopic level remains to be understood, but physicists are already working on this problem. For example, in 2012, physicists David Wineland 29 and Serge Aroque 30 received the Nobel Prize in Physics for demonstrating that quantum oddity can not only exist at the subatomic level of the microcosm, but also manifest itself in the macrocosm. It was once thought that superposition can only be present in the inaccessible quantum world, but now this is not the case. We know that this is possible, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet. However, we are clearly getting closer to this discovery. Perhaps one day we will find the key to this puzzle and will be able to see large objects such as cars, people, apples, and oranges that behave in the same way that matter acts at the subatomic level. Maybe one day we will find a wormhole or a closed time-like curve in space to conduct real experiments that go beyond framework of theory. At the same time, much of what was considered theoretical in quantum physics is no longer so, for example, quantum entanglement. National University students successfully conducted John Wheeler's delayed choice thought experiment 31. Their results were recently published in the journal Koshchar-Yevgs. In 2007, ZEPS 315,966, for 2007, scientists in France emitted photons in the device and showed that their actions can retroactively change what has already happened. This particular experiment shows how what happens in the present can change what happened in the past. It also shows that time can move backwards, cause and effect can change places, and the future creates the past. If we try to assign an objective meaning to the quantum state of a unified system, then interesting paradoxes will appear. Quantum effects simulate not only instantaneous action at a distance, but also, as we see here, the influence of future actions on past events even after these events have been clearly recorded, said Asher Paris 32. A pioneer in quantum information theory. Although we do not yet have access to a closed time-like curve, 33, there is still good reason to believe that this type of time travel is possible at the quantum mechanical level. That is why I decided to mention these other experiments to show that in fact time does not even exist. How we imagine it. You can get an excellent description of the delayed choice experiment by using the space scale explanation here, which makes it easier to understand. Why these same quantum mechanical laws have not been observed at the macroscopic level remains to be understood, but physicists are already working on this problem. For example, in 2012, physicists David Wineland 34 and Serge Arope 35 won the Nobel Prize in Physics for demonstrating that quantum oddity can not only exist at the subatomic level of the microcosm, but also manifest itself in the macrocosm. It was once thought that superposition can only be present in the inaccessible quantum world, but now this is not the case. We know that this is possible, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet. However, we are clearly getting closer to this discovery. Perhaps one day we will find the key to this puzzle and will be able to see large objects such as cars, people, apples, and oranges that behave in the same way that matter acts at the subatomic level. Maybe one day we will find a wormhole or a closed time-like curve in space to conduct real experiments that go beyond framework of theory. At the same time, much of what was considered theoretical in quantum physics is no longer so, for example, quantum entanglement, and the non-locality principle. These experiments were first performed in the laboratory in 1935 by Einstein, 36 Podolsky, 37 and Rosen, 38, and then replicated by Dr. John Bell 39 in 1964. These scientists were able to show that when you separate aspects of a particle in time and space, and then make changes in one of these aspects, this change is instantly registered in the other aspect, regardless of the distance separating these aspects. We tend to believe that the world exists independently of our experience. That's not so. Quantum physics has made this very clear. Many very respected scientists working in quantum physics tell us, based on recent research, that we live in a hologram and that our reality is a virtual image, an illusion, and not something real. Dr. Amit Goswami 404142. In the film The Holographic Universe, Michael Talbot 37 and David Bohm 38 made the following conclusion. Despite its apparent solidity, the universe is essentially a phantom, a giant and beautifully structured hologram. What we call reality is actually a holographic picture that only seems real to us who are inside it. Activities of Dr. David Bohm and Jiddu Krishnamurti. Eastern philosopher Jiddu Krishnamurti and renowned physicist Dr. David Bohm held a series of talks and discussions together. The two men met several times over the course of 25 years to talk about the nature of reality. One of their conclusions, in particular, was that everything we perceive, in our opinion, in the world out there, is just a projection of thought, a product of consciousness. In fact, the results of these researchers confirmed the idea outlined in the book Course of Miracles: everything exists in the mind of God, or, as Einstein said, the universe is less like a machine and more like a giant thought. Activities of Nassim Haramein. Renowned eccentric physicist Dr. Nassim Haramein claims to have scientific evidence that we are all one. It has mathematical equations describing a new unified field of consciousness. Dr. Haramain states that in every subatomic particle there is a black hole or related anomaly that connects everything to a region beyond the usual notion of time and space. Think about the fact that every object in the universe is closely connected to every other object, a channel like a wormhole. He also found that in the space between subatomic particles, which makes up 99.99% of everything in the universe, there is almost infinite energy. The most important of his discoveries involves measuring a single proton in the nucleus of an atom. He claims that when calculated correctly, the mass/energy ratio of the proton, as well as the empty space around the proton, is exactly equal to the mass of the entire universe. This essentially proves that there is a hologram of the entire universe inside each proton. Inside the so-called empty space is a source that connects everything in the world. This fundamental energy resides in everything and is the source of everything. This field research package supports the principle of nonlinearity quantum physics, according to which there is exactly the same point inside each atomic particle. In reality, there is no division. Everything is a hologram of a single point, or singularity. Activities of Julian Barbour. British physicist Julian Barbour argues that time and space are illusions and that everything that appears as motion is almost of the same nature as movies. Reality consists of an infinite number of frames united by consciousness and organized in such a way as to create the illusion of movement. According to Barbour, this movement is an illusion, and time itself is also an illusion. Specific information. On the topic of foresight. It seems that people are able to see past, present, and future simultaneously, and that we all have a latent capacity for foresight, that is, the ability to predict the future. Dr. Dean Radin 43 conducted an experiment in which hundreds of people were connected to a computer. Their brain impulses were measured. Then the images were randomly selected. They were shown two types of images, 1. Exciting and 2. Calm. In the vast majority of people, brain impulses correctly indicated which images would be shown to them, and even before the computer randomly generated the images. In other words, if the image was exciting, the subject's brain waves registered an alarm pulse before the image was even generated, and if the image was calm, the brain waves of the peaceful person were recorded even before the image was shown to them. From this, scientists conclude that everything starts with an infinite field of intelligence, God, which already knows what decisions you will make. The solution is transferred from the field to the brain, which then captures it and projects it into a holographic reality so that you can interact with your feelings and respond to them. This entire process takes an average of about 6 seconds. Sometimes something that we take for granted turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult things to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and captivate you, shroud you in darkness and give you enlightenment. This book is the result of a collaborative effort between its author and his various higher-dimensional spiritual mentors known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add their own messages. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book and the Founders. Conduct independent research work. Center of Parapsychology VE/1 Igor /u/LLU.ye1_1, yuxemtka.k11. Veliger Publishing House. Online store /y/y.ye1lo, w1sh. 1. The EY simple equation is applicable when driving at low speeds. If you are moving at the speed of light, then you need to use a more complex system of equations, Lorentz transformation. After studying the equations related to Einstein's special theory of relativity, you will notice that as the speed of a body approaches the speed of light, time tends to zero, to its stopping point, and mass, to infinity. 2. It can even be argued that the movement has neither a beginning nor an end. Theoretically, in a superconducting field with almost no resistance, objects could move forever relative to each other, since there would be no friction, electromagnetic or chemical energy dissipation. 3. Ayahuasca is a drink, decoction, and hallucinogen traditionally made by shamans of the Native American tribes of the Amazon basin and used by local residents to communicate with spirits in order to gain practical knowledge about the surrounding nature and achieve healing abilities of the human body. Approximate. Trans. 4. Psilocybin is an alkaloid from the tryptamine family, a phosphorylated derivative of psilocin, a psychedelic. Of the known biological sources of psilocybin, the largest amount is found in mushrooms of the genus Rhiasis, which are traditionally consumed by Mexican Indians in order to obtain a religious and mystical experience. Approximate trans. 5. 3. Sananda is the first energetic name of Jesus. The name Jesus was given to him during his incarnation in the three-dimensional world. Approximate trans. 6. Yishi Taigwan Yi Dui Atev, a line from the band's song of the same name Sagri Up 5. Approximate trans. 7. Use, SGS 10, 10 UE /Use Zis AP Asia date number R1AU, lines from the song Use, e.g., 1AU by the Beatles. Approximate trans. 8. Déjà vu is a mental state in which a person feels that they have been in a similar situation before, but this feeling is not associated with a specific moment in the past, but refers to the past in general. Editor's note. 9. The murdered grandfather paradox is a time paradox referring to time travel, first described by science fiction writer René Barshavel in the 1943 book The Careless Traveler. Approximate trans. 10. Tony Bennett, born 1926, is an American singer of traditional swing and pop music with elements of jazz. Approximate trans. 11. Swami is an honorific title in Hinduism. It is derived from Sanskrit and means self-possessed or free from the senses. Such an appeal emphasizes the yogi's skill, dedication to God or a spiritual mentor, guru. Editor's note. 12. Satori, in Zen meditation practice, an interpersonal experience of the experience of understanding the true nature of a person, through achieving the state of one thought. Approximate trans. 13. Samadhi, in Hindu and Buddhist meditative practices, a state in which the very idea of one's own individuality, but not consciousness, disappears and the unity of the perceiver and the perceived arises. Approximate trans. 14. The author of the book A Course in Miracles is Kenneth Wanick. The Course of Miracles is a spiritual thought system designed for self-study. Its main idea is that the way to universal love and peace, or remembrance of God, is through the eradication of guilt by forgiving oneself and others. The Miracle Course also highlights that it boasts just one version of the universal curriculum among thousands of others. AKP comment. 15. Koan, a short story, question, or dialogue, usually not having a logical background, often containing logisms and paradoxes that are more accessible to intuitive understanding, a phenomenon specific to Zen Buddhism. The goal of the koan is to push the student to enlightenment. Approximate trends. 16. Hip-hop is a musical genre. It has a large number of directions, from fairly light styles, such as pop rap, to aggressive, hardcore rap, etc. The content of songs varies from light and relaxed, like memories of the good old days, to raising social problems. Approximate trends. 17. Name of the song. Sashgo Peta drink can be translated as pleasant stupor. Approximate trends. 18. The Illuminati is a secret society that seeks to establish a new world order with a global government and a single cashless monetary system. Approximate trends. 19. Mastermind group, an expert group of people who help each other achieve goals, implement projects, and solve problems. Approximate per. 20. A self-fulfilling prophecy is a prediction that is made directly or indirectly. 21. Affects reality in a way that inevitably turns out to be true in the end. Editor's note. 22. Rake k share uoi take ka phrase to imitate confidence with the expectation that if successful, confidence will become genuine, to avoid the trap of self-fulfilling prophecy, when a person is afraid of his uncertainty. Approximate trends. 23. Jiddu Krishnamurti, 1895–1986, was an Indian philosopher. He was a well-known speaker on philosophical and spiritual topics. These included psychological revolution, the nature of consciousness, meditation, relationships between people, achieving positive changes in society. Approximate trends. 24. Osho, 1931–1990, was an Indian religious and spiritual leader and mystic, considered by some researchers to be Neo-Hinduism, and the inspirer of a new religious and cultural movement. Approximate trends. 25. Nirvana is the ultimate goal of human existence, the achievement of which is equivalent to the final destruction of suffering, the exhaustion of the inflows of affected consciousness, the cessation of reincarnation and the operation of the mechanisms of the law of karma. Approximate trends. 26. John Archibald Wheeler, 1911–2008, was an American theoretical physicist. Wheeler coined several terms: quantum foam, neutron deceleration, including two that were later widely used in science and science fiction: black hole, USK-BO1e, and wormhole, OGTJ01e. Approximate trends. 27. Asher Paris, 1934–2005, was an Israeli physicist, Ph.D., and a pioneer in the field of quantum information theory, as well as the connections between quantum mechanics and relativity. Approximate trends. 28. From the English, STS, C108 EBPT Sig/E, a closed world line of a particle in spacetime. Approximate trends. 29. David Wineland, born 1944, is an American physicist, winner of the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics. Approximate trends. 30. Serge Aroque, born 1944, is a French physicist who won the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics, jointly with David Wineland, for creating breakthrough technologies for manipulating quantum systems that made it possible to measure and control individual quantum systems. Approximate trends. 31. John Archibald Wheeler, 1911 to 2008, was an American theoretical physicist. Wheeler coined several terms: quantum foam, neutron deceleration, including two later widely used in science and science fiction: black hole, YSGBO1e, and wormhole, DeOgjo1e. Approximate trends. 32. Asher Paris, 1934 to 2005, was an Israeli physicist, Ph.D., and a pioneer in the field of quantum information theory, as well as the connections between quantum mechanics and relativity. Approximate trends. 33. From the English, STS, S10ZEBPGP Inc. SIG, a closed world line of a particle in spacetime. Approximate trends. 34. David Wineland, born 1944, is an American physicist, winner of the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics. Approximate trends. 35. Serge Aroque, born 1944, is a French physicist who won the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics, jointly with David Wineland, for creating breakthrough technologies for manipulating quantum systems that made it possible to measure and control individual quantum systems. Approximate trends. 36. Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, was a theoretical physicist, one of the founders of modern theoretical physics, winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921, and a humanist public figure. Approximate trends. 37. Boris Yakovlevich Podolsky, 1896 to 1966, was an American theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 38. Nathan Rosen, 1909 to 1995, was an American and Israeli theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 39. John Stuart Bell, 1928 to 1990, was a theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 40. Amit Goswami is a distinguished professor in the Department of Theoretical Physics at the University of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, where he has worked since 1968. Approximate trends. 41. Michael Coleman Talbot, 1953 to 1992, is an author of books that draw parallels between ancient mysticism and quantum mechanics. Approximate trends. 42. David Bohm was a physicist, 1917 to 1992, known for his work in quantum physics, philosophy, and neuropsychology. Approximate trends. 43. Dean Radin, born 1952, is an outstanding parapsychologist. Approximate trends.